How's the audio levels? That seems to be not working. Give me 1 second. Interesting. It's not picking up the audio. Let's see here. Test. Yeah, looks good. Interesting. Well, for the record, I did put Talking Linux in the title. We'll go ahead and start with a Linux intricacy. If you swap audio devices, at least on KDE Wayland, using Pipewire, while OBS is still open, OBS will not detect the change, and it won't be able to like internally adjust the direction from where the audio is coming. So if you have the old audio device still selected, it won't pick up the new signal. Which, very interesting. Anyway, working now. Just had to reboot it. I worded that very poorly, but I think you might understand what I'm saying. Oh, what's up, Barry? Probably the one person that would understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I left the microphone monitor through the output through the monitor microphone for my headphones as the device, but didn't send audio to it until after I had opened OBS, and it didn't pick up the signal. But I closed it and reopened it, and it did. Little stuff like that's interesting. I'm still trying to learn the basics of how this kernel works. I've used the end-user portion of the software for a long time, but I feel like I need to start learning how the actual kernel performs some of these operations, some of the ABI and API layers that it offers the programs themselves, and maybe how that causes some of the subsystems like audio and video to be so hard to make work well for the end user. The more our computing has been distributed to over-the-wire services and cloud companies, the more I've gotten interested in how it actually works, because they are more than happy to charge us for our ignorance. Anyway, hope everyone is doing well. I swapped over to expert mode because as fun as Terraria is, it felt a little less challenging than I'd like. So I'm hoping this is going to be a little more up my alley. I enjoy a punishing game most of the time. However, this was a little more punishing than I thought it would be. I went to, I think, a medium core player and an expert mode world. Pretty tough. They do not fuck around. Do I have any? Oh, I fucked up. I have one platform. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, let me double back. When all else fails, you can just charge your way through. Use the pickaxe. Oh, nope, that's not gonna happen. I fucked up real bad. Nope. Oh, you have to be kidding me. It was so close. I guess I could always build a dirt bridge out. I've noticed building around your immediate surroundings and using it to your advantage is way more useful in these higher difficulty modes. Protection from enemies, exploring without having the necessary items to make it easier. Seems like you can mitigate a lot of that with a properly shaped environment. I definitely see how a game like this can turn Turing complete pretty quickly in the scope of things, if you design it like this. It very much feels like programmatic play. If that makes any sense. Okay, now we're moving. Ooh, slick. Uh-huh. Easy. Just arduous. Arduous but easy. I need some trees, gentlemen. Excuse me. Yes, I've died a lot, so there's gonna be all kinds of gravestones everywhere. Pretty pathetic amount of gravestones, frankly. I got washed quite a few times. I also upped the map size to medium. It seemed like it would be a nice middle ground. Oh, that reminds me. Let me check and see if this secondary scene I set up works. I have a browser that's currently being captured. I think I should be able to tab over to it. Is that going to work? Yes. Goddamn right. Okay. That way, if I have to compulsively Google something, I won't do so in the dark. More fun for everybody to see it. Nope. Nope. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get copies of all these videos that I've made and then transcribe all the speaking text out of them. But then once I've got the text data, I'm not really sure what to do with it. I think I'm gonna try to make some word clouds. Maybe find a way to put it into image format. I was thinking about maybe using them for a thumbnail just to, you know, fuck around, but I don't think it'd translate very well. Maybe make it searchable in some way. Grapefruit. Technology sector seems to be going through some really wild growing pains really fast, though. I've been reading hacker news for over 10 years at this point, just keeping abreast of how some of the bleeding edge disruptor technologies from the Silicon Valley are spreading out into the wider world and how effective they're being. And I've rarely seen those people freaking out as much as they are these days, for good and bad reasons. People losing their minds about their job security, as well as people losing their minds as in seemingly going full crypto bro, where you kind of succumb to the technology and believe that it's going to make everything better all the time, always, forever, and putting forth really wild ideas about companies and products and services to build, to the point that I want to say it borders on delusion, but I also don't work in these spaces, so I don't feel like I could credibly make such a claim. But it's certainly, I would side-eye some of these people if I talked to them in real life, let's put it that way. And I don't know the degree to which this is a weakened psyche on their part, or if some of these people are indeed so wealthy that this coming technological revolution, the fact that they have that much wealth, this AI lays bare that they live a qualitatively different lifestyle than the rest of us. And so their risk and reward calculus is unrelatable to people like me, at least. What that says about them, or the amount of money they have, or the power that they wield, I don't quite know. But these were not questions I had considered until maybe a couple of years ago. It's interesting to see unfold. It's a really weird time. The scale that it's happening at is, I think, what's most incredible. I'm in a very not Silicon Valley place, and yet I remember 3 years ago when GPT-2 or 2.5 released, I sat down with some people and I was at a table and I said, you know, if Google doesn't figure out how to leverage these technologies to their advantage, they've got a really big problem on their hands. Because not only did they lay claim to the entire data filtering and aggregation market up to that point, at the same time, while they dominated it, their product was getting worse. SEO and spam and shit was ruining your ability to use Google as a tool to actually find information. And here along comes this technology that's already secretly been, I say secretly, but like corporate secretly, you know, in the quiet, have been built into world models to aggregate information in the same way, well, similar to what Google could do for a similar market product, right? And not only did Google not get caught off guard by this, they are one of the most competitive in that space already. Things that wouldn't affect my area, my day-to-day life, because of my lack of proximity to these places where this stuff is getting developed. I've already got the stuff on my phone. I use it on my computer. There's talk of data centers being built near me, and similarly in other cities and states equally far away from Silicon Valley. Interesting stuff. Time will tell how it'll turn out, I guess. Yeah, I've tried to train myself to not read the AI summary as well. If by despise it you mean you hate it and then you try not to read it, I guess. I can't imagine you would hate it and then read it every time. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that I'm giving yet more leeway to not only a private company, but just an individual and a corporate aggregate other than myself, the ability to curate and filter my information for me. Algorithmic feeds are already bad enough. You showing me what order of stuff you want to, rather than me finding it chronologically or spatially, whatever, that's already bad enough, right? But now you're gonna restructure the information? You're gonna bullet point it for me? Like, you're not showing me any weights on what you consider to be important or not, or significant, or the extreme or non-extreme ways that I use these English words. Does your machine, does your model feel the same way about it? Probably not. It was probably trained on a lot of people that don't think like me. To what degree does that change the probability of miscommunication? All these questions. None of these are being answered. But they're shoving shit into our face under the pretense that we'll get used to it and like it. I don't want AI in Notepad. I don't want it in Paint. I don't want it in Google results. And yet here it comes. It's crazy. Where? There it is. No, that's wood. There it is. Oh, you can put -AI? That's cool. I guess I never even thought about that because, quite frankly, I would say 5 or 10 years ago, I used to use parameters like that when I would Google search. I would treat it like a terminal, right? And just use real specific subtraction and specificity parameters. But they don't always honor those. I've noticed that the Google website will just ignore some of those parameters you put. And God, the non-determinism of modern computing is the most infuriating fucking thing I think I've ever experienced in my digital life. The idea that I could build a machine that follows like Boolean algebra laws with electrical signals, and that sometimes I could put the same thing in 10 times, and 2 of those 10 times it will just give me a random different thing, just because a company wants to, or because the technology itself integrates some degree of non-determinism. That's bonkers. That's insane. Especially not for a terminal where you interface with the damn thing. How do you even learn to use the machine if it just treats you differently every time? Let's see. That's there. Oh, I already had wood. Oh well. Yeah, I don't trust it either. Trust is almost a word that doesn't apply to these things, because when I think of the word trust, I think if I'm using the word trust, I'm using it on something that's capable of being distrusted. Those things go hand in hand, right? And trust and distrust is a quality of something capable of deception. And deception, at least when I think of it, is something intended to happen. A person chooses to deceive. There's even law, I think, that tries to dip into these kinds of questions, right? Like if a person commits a crime and they didn't know they were aware of it, they're held less culpable than they would be otherwise. This is a real common philosophical question, right? So can a machine deceive me? If the machine is not sentient, and even though it was programmed by sentient people, it non-deterministically makes a decision that includes falsehoods, is it lying to me? I don't think it is. In fact, boy, disconnected on me, OBS. But yeah, if it's non-deterministic, I don't think the thing can lie to me or tell me the truth. It's just making noise. Sometimes that noise happens to be correct. Sometimes it happens to be wrong. When it's wrong, it's hilariously wrong, like the thing with the Titanic, right? But if it didn't mean to do it, is it lying? And what difference does that make? I think if I can admit that this thing isn't trying to deceive me, and it's just noise that I'm tricking myself into thinking is reliable enough to use, that's a fault on me. I have to do what you and I and all of us, I think, are doing that are critical of these things, is to recognize that you can't apply concepts of truth and falsehood to it. You have to treat them as noise generators. People like us, I don't think we'll ever be able to have AI girlfriends, you know, because we don't buy into their ability to replicate those aspects of information. I don't know, I think about this stuff a lot these days, as I'm sure many of us are, and I see that there's 2 very distinct classes of people as far as what opinions they hold about these kinds of things. And I'm wondering if those two groups of differing ideas are going to blend back together over time, or if they're going to further separate. Because I can easily see a future where even if I use, say, a noise reduction AI neural model for my microphone like I am now, I can easily see a future where people would know that about my tech setup and would think poorly of me. You know, the model's already trained, the damage has been done, you can't, unuse that electricity and climate damage or water damage or what have you, but I'm choosing to use it, and that's a moral reflection on me. I could easily see that happening. Time will tell, I guess. Oop, excuse you. I'm gonna get fucked up if I go down there. Come on. Oh, no. No. Oop. Keep him back. There we go. Where did you come from? Ah, I see. Not trust the information rather than the AI itself. That's an important distinction for sure. I wasn't foreseeing a world where these kinds of distinctions would be significant, but they seem to be rapidly becoming so. Yeah, in that regard, none of the information that comes from these things I trust. I mean, I've used Claude and Gemini. I don't really use ChatGPT at all. I just don't like the flavor of it. It doesn't taste good, you know? But the others I've used, and I've used them on things that I'm confident on, and I've seen that they'll be right about a lot of the stuff I asked them about, 95, 99 somewhere percent of the time. But the 1 or so percent of the time they're not. They're very confidently wrong. And the machines will functionally debate it back to you to try to endeavor to get you to agree. And I think about the wide scale damage that's gonna do over time and over multitudes of experiences of millions of people. And the knobs that can be turned in the background to adjust those parameters as seen fit. Oh god, don't, no. Holy shit. Okay. It's a weird future. Keep saying it, but it doesn't make it any less weird somehow. Okay. Oh. Whoops. And a lot of this, these ideas are predicated on the machines even being reliable. And I think we've yet to research and discover an entire new class and range of exploits that can be used against these things. Poisoning of data sets, properly structured prompts, hidden keys that you could use in prompts and allow those to open up the models to prompt injection attacks, access to hidden, I don't say tensors, I guess tensors is an architectural thing, but hidden layers of whatever the matrix multiplication is that's going on, the neural layers, where the information is actually aggregating with itself and moving through the model as it's inferenced. A lot of those things I think are woefully understudied for the amount of investment and belief we're putting into these things. And it's always going to be used by the worst people first before the good people figure out what's going on. You know, for some given definition of good and evil. The companies are starting to differentiate themselves. At least they're trying to. OpenAI and et al. have not done a very good job trying to present themselves as good stewards of the future. From what I see from a distance, Sam Altman's business model consisted of try to invent our Lord and Savior God himself and then ask him for money, which doesn't seem like it's going too well. Nvidia seems to be pulling back from their potential $200 billion partnership or whatever ungodly sum of money they were trying to float back and forth. Meanwhile, the one model that I dislike the least, Claude, which is run by Anthropic, which frankly is an offensive name in its own right. Anthropic? You all are making machines, these aren't humans, and it's offensive that you would call them as such. But regardless, they're starting to take the early Google route, where they're not pushing for regulation from these things. From the federal level, they'll let states in the US. Yeah, I guess I should context that. Our federal government is lunatic. They're all lunatics. One of the things they want to do is, surprise, surprise, restrict individual states here from restricting AI development. They want the states to be forced to allow it to go unchecked, which of course is because they and the companies are very closely in bed with each other, right? And so you've got companies like Anthropic that are putting their foot down and saying, we're going to be the good company, right? We actually are thinking humans first, and we want states to be able to restrict us if we want to, which of course is, you know, difficult to make that claim given they're not incentivized from a profit standing to do that. And so then it just becomes a good word thing. And to what extent do these companies have values? Can a company have moral values at all? Of course they can't. But they can be staffed by people who can tell us they do. People that come and go as people are hired and fired. And we are to believe that they're supposed to be the good people in this theater production. Oh yeah, the goods and juices are way more spread out than they used to be. This is tough. I expected to have at least some kind of treasure chest by now. Grabs info on the sun, compiles it. You don't know if it'll pick and choose. If not, it mixes data from sites like NASA and from flat Earth stuff. Yeah, the summaries in particular are garbage. But it's hard to even discuss this thing from a you and me, like two people talking about a perspective, because these technologies are getting turned into layer systems, right? Like I have a language model on my machine that I use for experimentation purposes. I ask it questions, it responds to me. I don't trust any of the information. It's just there as like a test bench, so I can better understand what these things are that are getting put everywhere against our will, right? How do these things work? That's what it's there for. And I see now that, at least in the language model, an LLM, GGUF-based one, something that I guess is usually a safe tensors file or is rendered from one that you infer locally through ROCm or CUDA. It's an auto-predictive text mechanism. And then you'll get something like Google's results, right? Which is basically the same thing, but it's layered into their search system. And like you're saying, those things can have plugins that we can't see. They might pull information from other websites. They might, at a base level, infer from the model's tensors in the way that a local model on my machine would, but then that data would be augmented. They might be pulling from hard-coded data sources on Google servers, like retrieval augmented generation stuff, and that gets injected into the context. And they're not sharing this architectural information with us. So like the things that you're saying and the concerns that brings about not knowing from what sources this information comes and how it gets blended together, and at least that summary, which is just one of their AI products, I guess, right? Without us knowing the weights and ratios and relative importances given to these things, we have no way of developing a confidence in what they're saying. So I'm right there with you. It's complete trash just from the start. I don't think you could design that in a way that I would feel comfortable using it at all, unless you could give that information. Weights and stuff like that. I've seen, I want to say it was GPT a little while ago when I did use it. I would ask it to cite sources right around the time it first started getting web augmented searching and retrieval. And it would go, yeah, here's a source, and just feed me a URL, and the URL would be hallucinated, right? How many times are people going to click those and actually go through and read the sources? Probably not often, because if they would have, then they would have just, ideally at least, found that source to begin with. But they didn't. They used a summary machine, a language model. The probability is smaller, misinformation spreads. I think these are challenges that can be addressed. These are solvable problems, but they are very, very difficult problems. And they require a lot of really hard thinking and retooling of systems and ways of presenting them to the consuming populace to even get close to addressing. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but part of the problem with this in the United States, where a lot of these offending models are coming from, is that our economy is slowing down rather rapidly, it seems. In some of the hard sectors, material sectors, what little production sectors we have left that aren't in the services, and a proxy used by many corporations and individuals for the economy, politicians as well, is the stock market, the public perceived value of all of our publicly traded companies, right? Well, where has essentially all of the positive gains and level keeping stock pricing increases come from over the past post-pandemic years. Put another way, if you take these companies out of the S&P aggregate of the top companies, it would bring our total stock market valuation downwards. Without them, we're actually shrinking. It's AI companies. And so both people with investment accounts, employees in NVIDIA, and the government, even the voters too, have an incentive to push this shit even harder. There's incentive against the guardrails being put in place. Which is why I'm very happy to hear that Europe sees this pretty quickly. And is like, okay, yeah, we have to disengage from the American technical stack. Because not only are they being actively hostile, but their companies are also incentivized to abuse the market from a financial perspective. But Europe's going to have to do a lot of restructuring of their business sector, I think, to do that. It seems like there's some, I don't know a lot about what it's like to start a company in Europe, but it seems like it must be more difficult than it is here. And it reduces the amount of active competition and ideas being thrown into the market. And as a result, they don't have a lot of competitive cloud stuff. Companies are going to want cloud software because not every company's going to want to have a development shop in-house, you know? You've got to figure out a way to offer that. I guess Hetzner and maybe OVH are doing a good job of the hardware side, but they need software. I don't know what the fuck AMD is doing. It's crazy that CUDA is so... I mean, it's not crazy that it's popular, but it's amazing that AMD has let that popularity reign unchecked for so long. I mean, this is like going on 5 years, I would think, of it being patently obvious that a nice extensible parallelizable computation API is useful, and people would use the shit out of it if it supported standard technologies, but they don't seem interested, or at least they weren't until recently. Star Trek has sound effect. Yeah, I didn't think about that, huh? Things like the GDPR and other law sets related to them are in direct opposition to these kinds of companies being built. Or at least if they aren't, you've got to... Well, I don't know. I see. You're saying more regulations around the handling of data. It just costs more to operate a company like that. That's a good point. How fast NVIDIA decided to lead the consumer GPU market. Crazy, isn't it? I remember when they decided to not throw away their consumer GPUs into crypto, and I thought that was a very wise decision then. And here they are, 7 some odd years later, with another boom happening, and this one is legitimate enough for them to go, you know what? We're gonna quit making them entirely. We're not even gonna just tool it down. We're gonna just stop. I hope it does give AMD a lot of headroom to make some new stuff. But I worry that if AMD focuses on consumer GPUs, and at least in the US, if people are per capita getting poorer and poorer, and AI-oriented solutions get made and outstrip the sales of consumer GPUs, AMD could be shooting themselves in the foot. I hope not, but we'll see. And I say that as an AMD fan. I haven't actively purchased an NVIDIA product in probably a decade. I buy Ryzen's and Radeons, but I also don't do a lot of AI stuff, so, you know. That's why I'm not an 11 bazillionaire making companies that are ruining the social fabric, you know. Woe is me, I guess. Oh, shit. No, put the water down. Fuck. Thought you was slick. Hold on. People are already trying to build frameworks to give OpenClaw, ClaudeBot style stuff for locally run models access to their bank account through APIs. What does that mean? Because that makes me think a couple of things. That makes me think either you don't have an appreciation of the risks at play here, Or perhaps that money is of so little importance to you, perhaps because you have so much of it, that an idea like that seems a good risk, which I think is far more telling. There truly are different classes of people and the lifestyles that they live. RAM prices are unbelievable. I don't think I've lived through a consumer product explosion in price that great ever. I mean, not even in the financial crisis and housing rise and collapse that happened in 08. This is like a 400% increase on some classes of RAM. It's absolutely unbelievable. For stuff that like is in products that people have to use to go to school and do their jobs every day. This is a mandatory purchase. Oh, shit. I guess in a lot of ways, that's our fault as a country for not investing in the capacity to have that stuff in the long term. Very short-sighted on our part. $7900 XTX is a good-ass card. I'm right there with you, though. It's all about value for money. At least it is for me. Money is of that degree of importance. And I try to build the most cost-effective per dollar machines that I can for what I try to use them for. I think the last one I built, just for a daily use PC, was a 5600X, 6650 XT, 32 gigs of DDR4 clocked. I let the clocks the same, but I tightened the timings a little bit down to like, I think, 17, 19s, 38 or something, and use an old PSU, and it was fine. I got a nice system I've been using for about 3 years for under like $600, $700. But if you were to class that up, you know, and build a nice $1,000 or $2,000 system, yeah, like a bundle with a 7900 class chip back then, or maybe a little bit later. Those things were very good value for the money. I love a good Radeon. Always have. Let me tell you what my first beloved CPU is. You ready for this? It was an AMD Opteron 144. If you aren't familiar, this is a server grade chip from back in 2004, 2005, single core, but it had a really, really high headroom for clocking it upwards. They were binned really well as server chips, and you could buy them and they would slot straight into a standard desktop PC motherboard socket. I think it was 939. It may have been 754, but fantastic chip. Ran a little hot, but my god, you could get so much performance per dollar out of that thing. I used it for like 4 years. Bundles are where it's at. Bundles are where it's at. Unfortunately, I guess that's because Newegg and everybody else, or whoever that makes them, can't move products without bundles. But sometimes the pricing is competitive, and it really is better as a bundle than it would be if you bought them individually, even from the cheapest reliable sources available. Ooh. In which case, hell yeah. I love good, long-lasting computer hardware. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm always that person trying to refurb boxes and trying to throw Linux on it and give it to friends for single-use purposes. Monitoring stations for data, maybe. Emulation, you know, whisper, whisper. Certainly I would never do that. God damn it! I got greedy. I considered Xeons 2 for a while. Just some old, I don't know what the server grade rack mount sizes are, but 1U or 2U, leftover blades, and just screwing them into the wall of the closet. The problem I had with them is that the cooling was so loud that I didn't think I could really justify it unless I stuck it in the attic. And then once I did that, I would have to get cabling and run the Ethernet into the house. OBS is being very strange. Oh God, no, no, no. I don't know why it's deciding to just drop a connection for 3 seconds at a time. Yeah, I have seen some reporting, God damn it, on these Chinese RAM companies. I've looked at some of their capacities for production, that is, not like individual chip capacities, but how much of the RAM market they currently own. And it's on the order of 0.5% to 1.5%, depending on what chip class you're looking at, which is very, very small. But all great things start small. Time will tell how big those companies get, but I assume they're going to end up dominating the market if some of our local companies don't get our acts together, like Micron in the US, or we take the easy way out, which is tariffs and export controls, and that's probably what we're gonna do, unfortunately. There's a lot of security concerns with Chinese hardware, at least in my geopolitical position. I certainly would encourage anybody that's not aligned with China geopolitically to exercise extreme caution using their hardware, software, tech stack. But that goes for any country. It's just that those companies are getting started when the geopolitical offensive incentives are very, very high, which makes them an even riper target. But that's the genius of their system that they've got, is that they state subsidize a lot of critical infrastructure production and then sell it cheap to the companies that they're not exactly aligned with but are willing to make money from, and it sets them up for a lot of leverage in the future. I think our quarter-based and 4-year democracy systems in the US, that's a real weakness we have, and that we don't have a lot of good answers to that. We could if we were a little bit smarter and voted better, but I don't know if you've noticed. Oh, we're not that smart sometimes, so... Man and or woman after my own heart. You and I, as far as recycled, upcycled machines and software, have the exact same perspective on things. I do it too, even as a hobby. I like seeing old hardware stretching its legs. It's a beautiful thing. It helps me to feel like I'm in a slightly less disposable society. Truth is, a lot of computational hardware is still good. I think people get so sold on slight percentage performance increases, which, at least the GPU and CPU market is any indication, those percentage margin improvements year over year have been shrinking. Old hardware goes longer now, too. It's nice to see it be used. Dude, we fucked up with Huawei. I can't believe our, I'm gonna have to wait. There's no way I'm making it over there. I can't believe they let our telecoms infrastructure in the US be built out by a geopolitically opposed country. That is the stupidest shit. You can't write something that fucking stupid. I wouldn't write that in a book because it's unbelievable. And yet here we are, because it was probably 3% cheaper than a competitor. My God. You can't make this shit up. Just cut a US company or a European company or some other allies company some money and let them build the stuff for you under a controlled production line. It's not fucking rocket science. The Indonesian system probably will work for a very long time. I question how long purely friendly relationships will work in this new sphere, because there seems to be a lot of realpolitik going on, and all it takes is for a company or another country to decide that somebody they're trading with wouldn't be able to effectively retaliate for them to immediately get taken advantage of. Something like game theory, right? Like the most productive arrangements for all parties in a given exchange back and forth, where it's trust or not trust, is to don't retaliate unless struck, but you have to retaliate equally and immediately, and then go back to trust. And if you can't retaliate evenly, then they can completely steamroll you if you're not careful. I need to learn more about Indonesia. I wonder if they're part of BRICS. Let me see. Here's a good time to use the browsing thing. Because if I was Indonesia, yep, BRICS. What is this? International Labor Organization, Brazil, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, India, Iran, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and the UAE. Yep. Totally makes sense. You have to be very careful with some of these countries. Some of these countries should be very careful with. But it's good to see a collection of currencies compete against the US petrodollar. Needs to happen. We've gotten fat and happy on overvalued US dollars over here. We need a good swift kick in the mouth. I'm just gonna wait for these enemies to go away, because I don't stand a rat's chance in hell of getting to all that shit that I dropped. And I hope it's still there. I've died a whole bunch. I don't know. I hope it's still there. I don't think it'll disappear, right? This feels very Morrowind-like, and that the shit will just remain until you go pick it up. I hope. Yep, just gonna wait it out. What can I craft? Probably nothing. Trash. There we go. Oh. No despawn time? Delightful. Thank you. I'm really interested to see how the world market on weapons development goes, because the US has had a stranglehold on military arms for a long time, and I think that's quickly changing. It's shocking how fast modern warfare has changed from the Ukrainian conflict onwards. They've essentially completely redefined what modern battlefields look like, and the US form of weapons development does not apply in this world anymore. I'm not confident our DoD is going to move fast enough. This is wonderful. Is going to move fast enough to become a leader in development of the new style of technologies needed to win in modern battle spaces. They seem to be moving pretty quickly with this new piece of shit DoD head that we have, which is at least one thing I can say in their favor. They actually seem to think drones should be disposable, self-guided munitions rather than fucking $11 billion pilotless stealth aircraft. Which, you know, maybe have a couple, that's cool, but that's not, you know, don't be dumping all your money in that shit. Not this day and age. So that's good, but we're gonna need a very close relationship with the Ukrainians to stay on top of weapons development. Not the least of which because they need the fucking help. I must have passed it. Read these messages. I'm gonna look at a map real quick and refresh myself. Because if I remember, Singapore is similar in that regard, right? It started leaning towards a more Western capital system, but I don't know what Singapore's governance is like, but I know it's very authoritarian in the same way. Indonesia is their state religion Islam? I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I imagine despite that difference with Singapore, their capital and business control markets are probably very similar. So here's Singapore. Where the fuck is Not that way. Sri Lanka. My dumbass American self. There it is. Archipelago. Yeah, so they're definitely going to have real similar industries. You stand to make a lot of money with controlling an island chain in that part of the world these days, let me tell you. With the Philippines right there. No state religion. Cool. Yeah, I'm not surprised they whoops, I think I closed the window. I'm not surprised they mistake it as the, myself included, as the state religion. It said it was, what, like 93%? Did that come back up? No. Damn, Linux. I guess, OBS must assign, capture screens based on process IDs, because if you close it and reopen it, it doesn't capture the new window. Same with the audio. Huh. There's a part of me that wonders if War Thunder players are actually, a lot of them are just state weapons systems companies employees, and they just get access to the shit and leak it. Indonesia's the 4th most populated country in the world? I did not realize that. I figured it was gonna be China, well, India, China, and then the US, and then I would have thought, I don't know. Those are the only 3 that come to mind initially. No, not Canada. Wow. Now I want to know. Damn. See, that's all y'all have to do. You just say one interesting thing, and then I gotta swap over to a browser window. It's like a sickness. No shit. So yeah, India, China, the United States, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria. I didn't know Nigeria was that big either. Jesus Christ. Some of Central and Western Africa is popping. Bangladesh. Nice. Hell yeah. Get it in Indonesia. That's what we like to see. Good, healthy, developing, rapidly modernizing population. Well, no, I don't want to make that claim. I have no idea how long Indonesia has had a modernized economy. Dirigist? Semi-directed economy? Yeah, emerging market economy. Okay, so I guess I was right. But it's getting there fucking fast. Look at that growth. 5%? Essentially for the past 3 years? Hell yeah. So what's their, biggest industries? Yeah, just massive growth year over year. Well, not demographics, but Oh, is it right there? GDP by sector. 41% industry, 75% services. From the CIA, 13% agriculture. Yeah, that is a rapidly developing economy. That's fucking cool. Well, thank you for helping me learn something about Indonesia today. I would like to see how the Gini coefficient is doing, actually. Probably doing better than ours. You know, from a first derivative perspective. You're not gonna load? Okay, whatever. We'll go back to Terraria. There we go. I love it. Little fact blasts like that. Trying to research and find information and better understand the world around me. I very much enjoy those little trips. I feel like it helps me make healthier decisions about the world. My place in it. Wait, my shit's down there, isn't it? Fuck! No, maybe not. I do think that the ASEAN and Pacific bloc of some post-communists, some, I guess Vietnam is still communist, but even communist state-guided capital markets like China, I think for better and for worse, they've got a better system than we in the US do. That I think you could argue there was a point in history in which the US system, either as a function of our demographics, or of the world market not being competitive because it was a post-World War II landscape. Any number of these factors allowed our rampant free market economics to vastly enrich the lives of most everyone that participated. You would be hard-pressed to find a demographic of people in the US whose lives weren't materially improved from 1940 to 1980 or 90 maybe? But after that, it started to change. And for whatever reason, I think we'll spend generations of people trying to figure this out, but other systems are better now. And I really hope we acclimate and change to it. Something like the Indonesian system, frankly. A semi-guided economy where the government has a soft hand in pushing for certain investments in sectors and doing a degree of long-term planning, but letting the market sort out who will succeed among those participants rather than just handing it to incumbents, which, without knowing much about the Indonesian system, I strongly suspect is kind of what they're doing. But that would just be my guess. We'll go get some water. It's just like those Chinese RAM companies, right? CXMT and YTMC, I think. Those are companies that, you know, it's not a lemonade stand. You can't just open up wham wafer production facilities and slab it onto PCBs and get it out the door overnight. That takes a lot of long-term planning, lines of credit, preferential zoning laws and geopolitical arrangements to allow for materials supply lines coming in and exporting lines going out to make something like that work. And you can make that happen more easily with the government versus what we did in the American system, which was, I would say, probably starting in the 70s to 80s was when this started to happen, when people's livelihoods started to decrease, is we allowed our CEOs and corporate ownership stakes to push for higher profit margins and total return on investment, higher numbers every quarter, more profit, more revenue, more market share. But we did it by saving money by having production done overseas. We allowed our steel industry to be essentially taken over by China. We allowed a lot of the semiconductors to be taken over by China, Korea, Japan. And while it made our companies wealthier, and by extension people that owned assets here wealthier, it did it at the hollowing out expense of both our capability to maintain a resilient supply chain, as well as middle class opportunities for people that just want to do simple, skilled labor and support a family, which is where a lot of our political problems are coming from now, is that people don't have simple options for a blue collar, middle class lifestyle anymore. And those that do are basically pushed to go to college because that's table stakes now. You didn't have to used to do that to have a family, now you do. And what's worse is even college is not price competitive. So you go into $100,000 in debt, you're talking a couple of years of returns on a college graduated job, and it may not even guaranteed earn that. But this is all mostly because of our short-sightedness. This is what happens when you hollow out your industry. I don't know where the fuck I left all this stuff. Oh no. Because I died so many times on the way that I lost the red X on the map. I'm not sure where it is. Maybe it's over there. No? It's unfortunate. I mean, we have the capability of doing the right thing, right? We are rapidly building infrastructure as we speak here in the US, but the infrastructure we're building are data centers. It's places to run ChatGPT. We're not too interested in making the shit here. We just want to buy the finished chips from some supplier and sell recurring revenue packages and subscriptions to fucking Netflix with them without actually making stuff. And that's not going to cut it anymore. There's a reason all those Southeast Asian nations are doing so well. I'm sure this is not news to any of you, but I think it's good for some of these Americans like myself to say it out loud. Make sure we all hear it in the back. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Mark my words as an American, Mr. Draconis in Indonesia, when your GDP starts to grow because the financial services sector is outperforming relative to the rest of your economy, then you need to start to hold your politicians accountable. Because financial services engineering, if the UK and the US is any evidence, is a rapid way to undercut your economy in the long term. The bankers get wealthy, and the country and its people will suffer. It's only a word of advice. Poor UK is not doing well from what I see. Well, poor UK, I guess. They had a pretty good run, right? I don't know where any of this stuff is. Maybe it's up here. I guess well, I've got a stream here. I could just look through the video. That's a scrub move. I might have to do it. The The UK is fucking turning to dust in front of our very eyes. It's wild. They seem to be going through what we are going through here, where nothing is working correctly, and anything you look at, people are arguing about. Very, very bad times ahead for them. It's, you know, it's sad because I kind of understand the motivation behind Brexit, and I understand why that would be a desired outcome for a lot of people, even if it means a shrinking of the economy. But even if you granted the best possible interpretation, they didn't capitalize on it. Like, they didn't act on that newfound disconnection from the European Union in a way that would have benefited them yet. They just did it and then fucking sat there. Why did I restart in expert mode? Because I like a challenge. I haven't played this game on any of the harder difficulties, and the game that I was playing previous on easy mode, or whatever the normal mode was, I was starting to go on autopilot and just go around and stab stuff and just let my sword blast through everything, and that's cool. But I wasn't getting the desire to do a lot of crafting and building yet, and I wanted the game to push back a little more. So I went to expert mode, but let me tell you, it really pushes back. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be a scrub and scrub through this video. See where I dropped all that garbage. Where is it? It's in the snowy area. Okay, got it. Yeah, Brexit seemed like Brexit seemed like it did nothing but hurt. If you want to talk about it from an economics perspective, nothing but bad. Well, that's my perception from afar, but I'm not nearly educated enough on that to be someone whose opinion you should listen to. But that is my understanding, yeah. It basically made all their practical stuff worse for now. Like I said, you know, there's a way they could have turned that around, but they just didn't do it. They either didn't have the political willpower, the capacity, the governance structures in place to stand to benefit. That's where nations like China are doing very well, because they have a degree of authoritarian grip over the economics and the social capital they have. That'll never fly here, and I wouldn't want it to fly here. I'm not a fan, individually, as a human being, of some of the heavy-handedness of the Chinese system. But I will not deny that it is a much better problem solver when it comes to problems of economics and geopolitics. The emergent characteristics and free hand of the market design of our outcomes in the US is, it seems to be going obsolete, frankly. Oh yeah! Oh, good, thank God. Okay, let me get somewhere safe and put all my clothes back on. Here's what we're gonna do. Oops. Fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh God. And close it. Close it. Nope. Shit. Nobody comes up here. See, I like playing games like this where I'm just struggling. Oh God, constantly. Which is odd that I don't like Dark Souls and Souls-likes as much as I do. Right? There's just something about that feels like I'm playing a piano. Dark Souls games feel like I need to memorize sheet music. It doesn't feel like organic emergent challenge. It just feels like a list of multiplication tables to memorize. When Master Mode came out at the time, I had like 1,500 hours. As much of a difficulty jump as when you go from classic to expert? Good lord, really? Because this is far from impossible, but I readily admit this shit is hard now compared to the previous mode I was in. It's tangibly more difficult. It's flavorful difficulty too. It's not just cranking a number curve up. These enemies move differently. They have different attacks. They're not only are their movement patterns different, but they have different individual movements comprising that movement pattern. So much stuff I wasn't expecting. More good design. How many times do I have to say it? Not that I need to tell any of you that are here for Terraria, but for those who haven't gotten the memo, amazingly designed game. Truly a work of art. Holler it for those in the back. Good game, let me tell you. What's this? Medium core is probably the worst way to play. How would can you give me a scenario in which I would be soft locked? I could kind of foresee it, given the difficulty I just had getting all my loot back there, but that seemed more like memory. I guess I might have to make more stuff to fight my way there. Huh. Let me get re-equipped real quick and then give some more consideration to what you're saying. Yeah, situate all this. Step stool. I'll take what I can get. I did think that that was pretty interesting that you could keep your loot attached per character and then move to different worlds. I wasn't expecting that particular design characteristic, but that was really nice to see. I think we're good. Okay, so you're saying switch to classic character mode and leave it in expert difficulty, because medium core, you say I might get soft locked, and Barry is saying it's pretty hard to get soft locked. Yeah, if by soft lock you mean I wander into a place that's too dangerous, get jacked up, and then lose all my stuff and then can't get back to it, then I could see that, but that just means I have to work at getting some stuff and then go back and get to it, right? Is that what you mean? Let me know if I understand that correctly, if you don't mind. Okay, what am I gonna do here? I'm gonna hide. That's what I'm gonna do. Shit! No, not again, not again, not again! Oh god. Oh, they're coming! Fuck! Fuck! Wow, they came from both sides, dude! What is this Dark Souls shit? I see. Well, I don't mind losing all my stuff, that's fine. Easy come, easy go. Oh, fuck. I'm not wedded to these items. In fact, I kind of like the idea of risking it like that. It gives me a short-term goal to have to get back to it, because I've screwed myself from improperly egregious adventuring. Hit you with a pickaxe. Come on, come on, come on. This is so ridiculous. There we go. Oh, fuck! Just go, just go. Eat the mushroom, go. Fuck! Okay, like right now, I'm technically soft locked by that definition. I mean, I've had a hard time getting back to my stuff for more than 30 seconds for the past hour, right? This would classify as a soft lock. I'm even considering crafting something to get to it. But this is an interesting challenge. I got plenty of wood. Old man. Old man, I've had a rough go of it. Actually, do you sell potions? Sure do. I can only afford one. That's okay. Dude, yeah, I come from Kenshi, okay? I don't know if you ever played Kenshi. Have you? You want to talk about soft locking? That whole game is soft locking. I love that shit. I went into Kenshi pretty much blind. I kind of knew about it, but the only things I really knew about it were what people said. I highly encourage any of you, if you haven't, to go to Steam right now, or, you know, whenever. You know, you don't have to listen to me. I'm just a disembodied voice on the internet. But at some point, go to Steam, go to the Kenshi store page, and read the reviews for Kenshi. And what you will find is that a lot of people don't really review the game. They tell you stories. They tell you stories of how their save files went. That, to me, is the mark of a very impacting and powerful game. And Kenshi is essentially a successive series of soft locks with no end. And that's not even an exaggeration. The first time I played it and I went into it, I built a base because no one had told me that you have to be careful with how and when you do this. And if you do it wrong, a bunch of NPCs, just random enemy AI, will kick your gate in and bust in and kill you and eviscerate you and eat all your food and take your shit and then not leave. They effectively own that geographic area now. You have to just go. Not even take your stuff because they have it. You have nothing and you have to cross the world again and get away from them. And I would say start a new base, but you quickly learn you're not strong enough to even protect a base yet. So you have to be a nomad. That's how bad you can soft lock in that game. And I tell you, it is amazing. It is one of the most enjoyable games and experiences I've ever had in a PC game. So, for what that's worth, don't mind a soft lock. Yeah, I love the masochism. How weird that it is that I don't like Dark Souls that much. I don't know why I find those so tangibly different. Because Dark Souls doesn't... It's almost masochism, but there's something that feels qualitatively different about it that I can't quite put my finger on. It's like it's, I don't know, it's a little too rote. I feel like I'm having a dance with a partner, and their name is Miyazaki. Oh, God. And they've already decided how they're going to dance, and they're making me dance with them, which is different. That's a different kind of difficulty. And I guess I just don't really prefer it. Why do I keep bringing this up? I don't know. I guess because I've been thinking about Armored Core. And I want to go back and play Armored Core 6, which I did enjoy. Fuck. Fuck! I drank the potion! Why was the potion on the smart selection? Was I like half a heart down? That sucks. That's okay. We got it. I mean, yeah, don't worry. I appreciate the heads up, but I'm not worried about losing progression. This is games, as is life, and everything in between it is transient. If I lose it, I'm okay with that. Not that big of a deal, but I appreciate the warning. I have seen how there's some Terraria players, and I mean, I presume Terraria players, because I've seen this in players I've known to play Minecraft, who are violently protective of their progress, and that's just not how I am. I'm not too worried about it. There's just items on a screen. I mean, absolute worst case, dude, I could just find a save editor or something and just, you know, hex edit the shit back in if I really wanted to. It's a computer. These are solvable problems, you know? I did that on Final Fantasy XII not that long ago when I played it. I was doing something and I was like, this sucks. I like the thing that I get. I don't remember what it was, but it was like some item. that I had to do a bunch of bullshit for, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I just got a save editor, got the item, and kept moving. Single player game. It's all code. It's all code and memory. Who cares? Okay, let's get somewhere safe. Oh, fuck. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's bullshit. Is that medium core? Hiding in the damn... Whatever. Whatever. Get out of here. Alright, where's... Quickly, quickly, quickly. No. No. Oh, shit. Really? Come on, bro. Okay, that's fine. All right. I almost enjoy the feeling of getting dicked over and losing all the progress. It's very freeing. It's very zen. It like forces you to be stoic about these things. That's not an exaggeration. I genuinely do enjoy that feeling. Although I will grant you, I might feel differently about that than in a game like ESO. And if you asked me to defend that difference, I don't know if I could. For some reason I can't explain, it feels different. Must be the MMO-ness of it, but you know, like what part of the MMO-ness? I don't know. It's still just items in memory. Just on someone else's server. Who cares? But it is what it is, I guess. Okay, we're looking good. I might be able to get my happy ass back home. Let me see. I'll at least get closer. Let's go. Back up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck. I'm not taking any chances. Yeah, sorry, my guy. I don't know, you look real dangerous. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, we're doing it. I think one of these last streams I did, the audio was way fucked up, and it was one of the streams where I turned off the chat, just because I like playing by myself sometimes, and it's nice to let everybody else see if they want to. But I went back and looked at it just to make sure it went through okay. The audio was fucked. I don't know why it was doing that, so I've been playing with it. I think it's okay now. Let's see. Yes, streaming has given me a lot of consideration for how YouTube structures some of their algorithm stuff, because I've usually been a consumer of it, but rarely a producer until lately. And I can see that there's a lot more going on that YouTube considers when it makes recommendations than just watch time versus not watch time. It's a lot more textured of an algorithm than I thought. Okay, made it. Let me read these messages. Sell this shit. I don't need all this, old man. Dude. No! Fuck! Oh, I fucked up so bad. Okay, well, you can have those, old man. That money's too good. Perfect. Okay. Yes. All right. Nier Automata is also another game that I love. I've heard so much positive about that game, both in the transcension of its story design and the different game modes that it has, as well as like the emotion and culture of it and what it tells to the player. I don't know much about it though, but it's on the to-do list. People say wonderful things about it. Let me give you this from a scale of 1 to 10. The classic mode is a 1, hardcore is an 8, medium. I love that you just have a fucking personal spite against medium core. That's so good. You're just like, I'm not giving this up, bro. You need to understand how bad this is. You're at the hardest difficulty in the game. There's a hidden difficulty mode called Legendary Mode, above Master Mode. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's, before every great swimmer exists someone that wades in the 3-foot shallow end, right? Let's just get our feet wet. Let's get acclimated to the water. Let's see how dangerous these enemies can start to be before we go banana sandwiches with it. I do love that there's a secret double difficulty mode. That's cool. It seems like a very Terraria thing to do. Like, oh, the players want hard? Yeah, we got them. No worries. Okay. I'm also getting a better sense for how to... like, the economics of my placement and movement, so rebuilding it to expand later is less of a pain. I'm seeing that there's careful consideration you can take when you place all this stuff. It probably needs to be a little bigger with some more platforms, I think, to make a nice consolidated crafting area. But I see, though, I'm starting to get a feel for the overall like way to play this. Moment to moment, loop-wise, that is. I actually still don't know what the medium and in-game are supposed to look like, but I like the process of learning. Take that. Take that. Okay, and I need torches. Oh. Yeah, I almost did that last night and threw a bomb. Literally the moment it was going to explode, I hit Alt F4 and save the day. Oh yeah. Oh, you have both of the katanas? That's sick. I first read that to mean as a tattoo. I don't know why. I guess just the way that the words were written. I just intuited tattoo. But no, I think you mean the actual swords. Fuck yeah. I have some stuff for the game Tunic. Notes that I had taken when I was trying to solve it that I worked out with some other people. That we scribbled in a furtive haze trying to solve its puzzles. And I've got those framed on the wall. I'm right there with you, keeping those experiences with you. Some of those games live longer through time than the actual time you spend playing them. Still think playing medium and expert's harder than playing classic and legendary. I'm just built like that. That's how we roll. I'm just built like that. I'm gonna get a fool made out of me, don't worry. I'm probably, whatever you consider to be a soft log, I have no doubt that is absolutely going to happen. It's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be so funny. Plus, this is I guess a bigger map too, so all the more room for chaos. Oh. How did I miss this? Because I'm blind, I guess. What is this? I'm happy? You're goddamn right. Movement speed increased and monster spawns reduced. I think we're gonna be okay. I think we're gonna be just fine. Oh, what's this? What's this? Living loom. Maybe I can take this with me? I sure can. All right. Bro. Sunflowers. Oh, thank you. Good to know. I guess I might ought to plant some sunflower seeds. Presumably. I mean, if I've learned anything from this game, I should have a way to build stuff like that. Finch staff. Summons a baby finch to fight for you? What? One of the 7,000 items. Acorn slingshot. Oh. Oh, I didn't build a house for you, Mr. Demolitionist. Not yet, my bad. I yearn for the mines. Oh, fuck. Oh no, am I poisoned? Oh, it was a close one. What's the timing look like? I should survive that, right? Yeah, I should be fine. Boy. I guess I should probably take this back and build out a little bit. Maybe that's why I'm getting fucked up too much, is I'm approaching this as if I'm more situated than I actually am, and I need a more robust base of operations from which to build and craft and satiate myself before I go venturing into that dark good night. Glad of you all to join, though. I've noticed that when I start a stream, normally I can just put whatever time and start whenever, and that time doesn't actually matter because there's no one that's going to join for like 30 minutes afterwards. But now there's people that actually wait. So if I've made you wait for more minutes than you anticipated previously, my apologies. I didn't know that people actually waited for this stuff. Let's see. Okay, well, last time I dug one of these up, a ghost came. And I didn't connect those dots until now. Well, let me... Yep, sure enough. Son of a bitch, dude. Oh my god. I mean, that makes sense. Ghosts, right? A ghost with money. Was that me? That must have been my ghost. I'm in a graveyard right here. Don't mind if I do. Give me this. This. And then I'm gonna make dirt walls. Because that shit is cheap. Wait. Well, no, we'll make stone walls. That's fine. And then move the bomb so I don't blow myself up. Why, thank you. Nope, nope, nope. Not today. Okay. The music is delightful. A small trick to help with the stage. Take the campfire with you and place it when you're mining. Oh, that's a really good idea. There's a chance that ghost spawns when you dig graves. It used to be an absolute. You can imagine how bad an early game was. Yeah, that shit caught me off guard so badly. And they're strong too, relative to, you know, what you've got when you respawn with nothing. It feels like they were rough when I didn't see them coming. Let's see, how about... Oh, now you want to help Trent? You're excited to go out there? Let's see. The lighting effects make even these little simple constructions really pleasant looking. Now we're cooking. Oops. I did not put them into my... I guess not. Bro. Okay, you know what? It's gonna drive me nuts. We'll save the wood. Okay. stars over there. Oh. Oh, fuck. That lack of knockback is very tricky. Oh, it got him. Careful, careful. Quickly, quickly. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Trent, what are you doing? This is clearly an outdoor storage area now. Your name is not Harley, your name is Trent. Stop acting crazy, Trent. Get it together, it's dangerous out here. Need you to be a team player. Oh, you can't jump and get out, can you? That's what it is. You fools. So silly fools. There we go. Look at that. It's really happening. Get ready for the soft lock. Extra visibility. Good. In-game audio is stuttering. Yeah. Why is it doing that? Let me see. 1 second. Appreciate the heads up. Extra visibility. Good. In-game audio is stuttering. Strange. Huh. Alright. Let me run this for a second and see how it sounds. In-game audio is stuttering. Strange. Let me run this for a second and see how it sounds. Alright, let's see how this does. Yeah, it's strange. It seems to just be the game audio, but not my mic, which I'm sure you've noticed. Okay. It looks like it might be fixed. If you still hear it stuttering, let me know, and I might just end the stream a little early today so I can get it figured out, because yeah, that sounds terrible. There's no reason for you to listen to that. Appreciate the heads up. I don't know what's doing it. System load seems to be okay. Nothing peaking, and the mic, nothing looks weird. The feeds are good. The CPU isn't being overloaded. I don't know. Some weird goofy Linux shit, I'm sure. Let's... Oh. If you're ever curious how building in the game can get and how good it is, there's a YouTuber called Kaios that makes YouTube tutorials. I'll make a note of that. Kaios. Yeah, I would like to see how good they get, because even just some of the stuff that was shared in my little squonk Discord was pretty incredible compared to what I can do, that's for sure. It's still not... Where do we put... Okay, I think I want this a little closer. Right? Nope. Don't do it that close. Whoops. I'll worry about that later. Building stuff is definitely way more chill than I thought it would be. It's quite fun. Especially trying to space optimize. After I place this, I'm gonna pause it for another second and go check this audio, make sure it's holding up okay. Because that was sounding terrible. I don't want any of y'all to have to listen to that. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, sounds like it's fixed though. I don't know what the deal with that was. I didn't do anything special. I just swapped over audio devices and then back. And I did change the audio encoder from libafk or ADK to FFmpeg ADK, but I mean it's still... Is it ADK? Let me see. What is it called? I don't want to give you false information. libftk AAC encoding. Previously, it was getting piped through FFmpeg, which usually works better on this machine, but who knows? Maybe that's what did it. I guess that is just another layer standing in the way if it's going to the same library. Latency with pipewire gets real weird, I've noticed. Either pipewire or, what's the other thing? Pulse audio? I'm not sure which it is, but latency causes jitters like that. I know when I play Cyberpunk, for a while I had to set certain pulse audio processing latencies as a parameter when you pass into wine when you start, because if you don't, it'll do the same thing, even when you're not streaming. Oh, the joys of Linux. Give me all that. Nope, give me that. Okay. Need to go in there. Material. Okay, and then I think for personal storage, put you right there. Beautiful. Oh, whoops. Excellent. Good. Oh yeah, I'm happy with that. And now I have easy access. Sure do. Oh, you guys need... I see. My bad. My bad. Okay, this will be the courtyard. We'll put this right here. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Go grab some water. Give me 1 second. In the other stream, pylons, you can only place one of each type, sadly. Yeah, I figured that out pretty quickly. It took me a minute, but I thought I was going to need like 2 forest pylons in 2 different areas of the forest biome, and then you could move between them. But then I see, at least from the vanilla game, the way that it's built with the mods and all that, of course, you place one in each biome, and then you can move between them, which is nice. And kind of the way I assumed it was going to work, and I just kind of faked myself out and thought, oh no, it's more complicated than that. No, it wasn't. So I wasted 10 gold, but that's okay. Little gold soft lock, no big deal. Let it go. Easy come, easy go. Although, now that I'm here, Trent, you're not Harley, you're Trent. What can you do with this wand? That's right, you need ice torch. And then for ice, I need 99 ice torches. That's gonna, I mean, no, because then I remember if I upgrade this, I lose the buff, all the buffs, right? I'm fairly certain it kind of re-rolls all the modifiers, and that's not really worth it for an extra 1%. Well, plus 7%, I guess, because it would be the same. Yeah, I don't think it's worth losing it. Okay. Jesus. Torches. This wand is no joke. Oh, not this time, buddy. Not this time. I don't know. They're coming from the other side pretty fast. Oh, fuck. Fuck. No, 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 no. They they come up on you so fast? Right there, right there. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Quickly. No. Quickly. Hat. Quickly. What? Where's? Do I not have? There they are. Shit. Go. 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 Ooh. Come on. Come on. Oh. 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 Jesus Christ. Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. Oh. Oh, lock your hotbar. Cool. And then the ruler, yeah. I have no idea what that does. That's okay. I need to try this finch staff too. And the dog bark, because we like a little flavor. Just sits on your head? Cool. Can you breathe underwater? I guess you hold your breath like me. Good taste. Alright, let's get to digging. The music does carry such a good sense of swelling potential and adventure. Like there's some luxurious riches and secrets just beyond the way. For every stone you take, you're just a little bit closer. It's kind of got this sense of hope and tangible progress to it. Are you washing yourselves amidst my grave? You mock me even in death. Heartless. You have a fucking arrow in the side of your face. I'm doing better than you. Whoop. And I guess with the platinum, I imagine what's happening is that there's a couple of different classes of ore, and it just swaps them out randomly depending on the seed. I forget what it was in the other map that I played, but it wasn't platinum, it was some other equal tier of different metal. Just for flavor, I guess. That's the sense I get. Doesn't give me much light. No mana? Nope. Okay. Silver. Don't mind if I do. Shit. Uh-oh, I hear the music change. Sounds like the desert, maybe? Oh no. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get him! Get him! Get him! That finch is amazing. That's the most delightful weapon I think I've found so far. Do you just I guess you just hang out there? Surely you disappear eventually. Some conditions under which you get tired or your nest depletes or something. That's pretty great. Oh, fuck, fuck. I've turned into a druid. I see you. Oof, oof, oof. Eyeballs on fire. Oh. Oh my god. That finch is probably my favorite thing I've found in this game so far. It's so well put together. It's so well designed. It's delightful. It's permanent unless you remove it. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Got a little status icon. Baby finch. Subtext. The baby finch will fight for you. Child labor, I'm telling you. This whole game's an exercise in the morality of child labor. Avni, it was good to see you. Take care. Pop back by anytime. If you get any cool screenshots, feel free to share them. We always love to see them. I've actually got some old school ones I need to put up there too. Some stuff from when I played Red Dead that is borderline looks like professional photography. Not because I'm that good, but just the engine in the game is. There we go. Well, I mean, oh no. Come on. Come on. Boy, there's nothing down there, is there? What? I've got people from all over the world watching. global squonk worldwide productions. We are people joined in appreciation of Terraria, unbounded by simple geography. Yeah, there's weird, like, microcultures that exist within YouTube that I've noticed. Because I've always just kind of assumed YouTube had a singular culture. Like, when I think YouTubers, I think people of the platform YouTube. You know, it just didn't occur to me that there would be different groups of streamers and music channels that stream 24/7 and stuff that people would congregate around. I was thinking about this when I started, that I've fallen asleep watching YouTube sometimes, as I think many of us have. And what I notice is that if I let YouTube auto-roll when I'm awake, during my waking hours, shit. There's a certain class of stuff that it'll play. Most of my regular interests. Computer stuff, game stuff, some car stuff, you know, just a good mix. It's got a good mix of what I like to watch. But when I pass out in the middle of the night and I let something auto-roll and I wake up to look at it, it's never something that I would watch during the day. It usually puts on something like rain, like just the sounds of rain, or a small town or a coffee shop or whatever. Not that I don't like it, and it's interesting that it predicted that I would like it, because I would never look that up normally, and I never have. But it'll also put on video game streamers, people that I've never watched before, ever. And the only reason I know who they are is because I see them on my stream when I wake up in the morning. Or not on my stream, excuse me, but I see them streaming on my laptop when I wake up. And I thought that was really interesting. And some of those people will have hundreds of individuals watching them, but I'll look at their chat and they'll have maybe one or two people talking. So I assumed that, like my computer, there was a lot of other computers that connected to it when they were sleeping. And I thought that was really interesting. There seems to be a lot of calculations and work that YouTube does on the back end to see exactly not what do people like the most, but how long can they keep computers displaying a rolling YouTube stream or feed so they can inject ads into it and thereby command, you know, a higher ad rate or bid rate on the advertising space that they sell. That's my hypothesis anyway. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bidoof, but that's pretty cool. But yeah, interesting stuff. YouTube seems to do a lot of work to, because many of these things auto-roll into. I do the same thing. I pass out all the time watching stuff. Probably not good for my sleep hygiene, frankly. It might be a part of the reason that my sleep hygiene's so fucked. I mean, Linux is a kernel, so I'm not sure what you mean by massive flaw. Windows is an entire OS made by a private company. Don't make me pull out that Richard Stallman quote. I'll do it. I will do it. I got a browser window ready, locked and loaded. My country issues warnings for Android phone scams on the regular. Yeah, don't worry about that much longer, because Google's going to be restricting sideloading so you and your grandma don't get scammed by people with fake apps. People have terrible technology hygiene. And Google has given up trying to educate people, and they're just going to block all of us from installing stuff without extra steps, which is great. I probably won't be using a smartphone for much longer that I can help it. I don't even carry one nowadays. I don't like them. Yeah, you know I was coming with it. It's actually GNU Linux. I love it. God, Stallman sucks. But he's right about a lot of stuff. The world needs weirdos like that. love that this Finch is just fucking hanging out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Do I have a recall potion? No. This is gonna be tricky. Oh, the step stool's so good. Okay. Get him, Finch. Get him, Finchy. Get him. What are you doing? Go get him. There you go. Oh, yeah. Among Us OS is hilarious. There's a Hannah Montana OS too. Whoops. Why would you join a Linux chat and start complaining about Linux, my guy? What's your goal here? Are you trying to proselytize? Are you just trying to shit up the chat? What are you doing? Yeah, I don't understand what your goal is here. Here we go. Okay, well that's sand. Let's go this way. Oh yeah. Nope. Am I out? Sure am. Okay, what are we looking at? Guess I can move to the right and reconnect here. That's probably a good idea. Some people are just so exhausting. I cannot imagine waking up and actively deciding to complain about something. That is an awful, miserable way to live. Best of luck to you. Whoop. I'll tell you what though, that person getting muted was not an error of the YouTube platform. Not like the last person I muted for 24 hours. Speaking of which, I need to adjust that top chat to all chat again. Yeah, I'm all for having good faith discussions about things. But the thing about the internet is you can't easily tell if somebody is like a fool or an unlearned 13-year-old, you know? And I'm not going to devote what little brain cells I have to trying to figure that out when I've got more important things to do, like play Terraria and use Linux. Oh, I know why they do it. I just find it miserable and welcome them to do it elsewhere. Trust me, I've every desired event too. But the thing is, knowing when and where to vent is called being properly socially adjusted. And people should learn that. But not here. They can learn that shit elsewhere. Maybe he should go to the Linux headquarters and tell them what for. Maybe he should send John Linux an angry letter. Maybe that'll help him decompress a bit. I'm looking for Petty Officer Master Chief John Linux. I have some stern words for him and his ideology. Oh my god. Miserable. Absolutely miserable. Okay, let's keep going. What do we got over there? 3 slimes and a jellyfish. Easy. I got a finch. I'm so good. Oh. Microsoft, I mean, I don't know if people would buy into it now, given the backlash that Windows seems to be undergoing. But I don't disagree. They would do a really good job of reaching out to their customer base if they would have personalized Windows a little more. You know, minus all this dumb shit they've done with 10 and 11 that have made it an objectively harder operating system to use. Minus all that, of course. I agree with you. If they made like cereals and sodas and had weird product placement, I mean, that's corporate hellscape shit, but it would at least like humanize the software a little bit, because otherwise it does feel so cold and sterile. I've kind of given up hope on Windows as a consumer operating system, at least in the short term. What I would like to see that they won't do, I would like to see them do one of two things, and that's either get rid of the NT kernel, use the Linux kernel, and just put a Microsoft Windows OS desktop environment over it, which would be cool. But the truth is, the NT kernel is not bad. In fact, it's actually quite good from what I understand. The problem is the operating system they put on top of it. So really, anything they do of Windows success is going to be contingent on them fixing that. I actually saw in Windows Insider the other day that they made an internal press release that they're acknowledging they've butt-fucked Windows with too much AI, and people are pissed. And that's reducing their mind and market share. Now, whether or not that's going to create something that will turn them around, I'm not really sure, but time will tell. At least they realize they're making a mistake. Get out of here. Actually, now I'm curious. I muted that person. What else can I do? Report? Put in timeout? Oh, wow. You can just shadow ban them. That sounds fun. Let's do that. Let's shadow ban them too. Unfortunately for them, they have walked into being how I will exercise all the chat control messages on the YouTube platform. So, thanks, I guess. Appreciate you helping out. Helping me learn the platform. Okay. Whoa. Too fast for the finch, huh? There's another one. there was another place off to the... Yeah, let's keep going. Tin. Trash metal. Nobody likes tin. That's the only real, I wouldn't say complaint, but thing that I've noticed that I've find to be a negative about this game so far is that these initial tiers right beyond wood become obsolete very quickly, and unless there's some combinatoric reason they're valuable later, which there very well may be that I'm not aware of, where you need to make a bunch of tin stuff and combine it with other stuff. I know you can do that with a sword, but beyond that, if there's nothing else you can do with it, seems like it's kind of a waste. Maybe not a waste, because I guess to design a game like this, you need like a low tier that ends up maybe getting forgotten. But for all the good design that's in here so far, it seems like there would be a heavier usage of it, let's say. Get out of here. Oh, you can use the ores for making other decorations and things. I got it. Yeah, I did see. Oh god, no! There was some other production, like crafting tools that I didn't build, like kilns and a few other things that looked like they were for visual items, decorative items, rather than anything functional. Which, oh no! If you can use them in that, then yeah, that would make sense. I would have less of a complaint. Not even a complaint, really, just an observation. Let me grab this garbage tin while I'm here. Well, I do need a set of greaves, or, excuse me, a cuirass. I think that's how you pronounce that, cuirass. Queer ass. Nope, I don't think so. Oh my god, these dune worms. I hear you. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? There you are. Okay. Careful. Careful now. Get him, Finchy. Finchy, go. There you go. Get him, girl. Hell yeah. Nope. Yay. There you go. Uh-huh. Oh, Jesus Christ. My mathematics professor had a saying that I'm very, very fond of called not even wrong, which is to say that for a person to say something wrong Like if you're trying to discuss a mathematical solution or framework for a solution set or any other rudimentary problem solving endeavor you might be taking part in, for you to say something that's wrong necessitates an understanding of the problem at hand. Because to say something wrong is to be predicated on knowing what is right in to some extent, or at least for you to be able to say that someone is wrong, you have to know what is right. But for someone to be not even wrong means that they're so off base that what they're saying isn't even related or within the context of what you're discussing. It would be like trying to calculate what your taxes are going to be, and then someone tried to tell the IRS that they really didn't enjoy the meal they ate with their grandparents at the diner. And then it's like, yo, that's not... You're not even listening. You're not even paying attention to what you're doing. That's not even wrong. That's not even the wrong number. That's not a number at all. There's a lot of people in life that wander around saying things that aren't even wrong. They open their mouths and make sounds, but they're not actually trying to communicate really anything. Not to the extent that it would be compelling to listen to. They just like being heard. Who doesn't, I guess? We're getting there. Oh yeah, we're getting there. I don't trust you. This is expert medium core mode. You could turn dangerous at any moment. Oh. Getting some juicy ores, I'll tell you that much. Just give him an old, not even wrong answer, just to keep him guessing. I'm definitely guilty of doing that from time to time. I'm so serious about privacy that I've like ingrained into myself behaviors that stand out as very strange. Like, I will compulsively not give my name out if people ask for it. Even like when I go to the restaurant and stuff. I've been at Taco Bell or whatever and someone said, hey, can I get your name for this order? And I'll say, no. No, you don't need that. You need my money and I need tacos. I'll just stand right here or nearby and wait for it. I've got a number on my receipt. Use that. Asking for shit you don't need. No, I'm good. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but we can get cell phone service here in the US without giving your name out. It's not easy. I mean, it is easy, but it's not obvious. Most people just do. They just give their information out, but you don't have to. And I never do. I just go get Sims and like, can I get your name and address? No. Oh, okay. Thank you. Why? So you can stick it in a database and have it leaked 3 years from now and somebody in Czechoslovakia is gonna run up $10,000 under my line of credit or some shit? Nah, bro. Just give me the goddamn SIM card and shut up. Please. I mean, not shut up. Don't tell them shut up. But like, to the ethos of giving extra information, I say shut up. That is what I mean. I'll never tell staff like that to shut up. That's incredibly rude. But I'm to understand there's a lot of countries where you have to be tied to a SIM card. Which is, I mean, as an American, that's very gross to me. But not my country, not my rules. There we go. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, they usually make it pretty cheaper on contract. There was a way to get access to the internet here. I think you still can without giving up personal information and doing it on a contract and just using filler information. It's not a service or capability that's advertised. I've done it through T-Mobile, but there's no strict requirement under which for you to get like untethered, which is to say non-wired, like 5G, a base station style home internet. There's a requirement for you to give information out. And I don't. And the few times that they've asked me to, I've given them a printout of their leaked database. Not literally, but like shown them proof that like your company can't manage data. And they've usually not fought me on it. They'll just give me the service and leave me alone. Because if you tell me no, y'all, I'm just gonna go get a prepaid somewhere else from somebody that doesn't care. Oh, Jesus Christ. A lot of governments are not happy with the idea of their citizens being able to get online privately. Mine included to an extent. Like I said, it's not easy. They don't want it to be. There we go. Oh, I got the step stool. That's right. Come on. Oh! Oh! Too slick. Too slick. Look at this. I'm out of here. Time to go purify some ores and forge heavy weaponry. I've definitely stolen my neighbor's Wi-Fi and been done with it, allegedly. Way back in the day. Dude, it used to be really easy to crack it was easy to crack web. That was basically like just a few seconds, if I remember correctly. But you can even passkey sniff WPA, the original WPA, and break the key for it after a couple of days of packet sniffing. Way back when, this was like, fuck, 15 years ago. I'm sure WPA2 is much harder to get through. But I haven't actually looked into wireless protocol security in a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if you could packet sniff your way through a WPA2 connection on the order of a couple of weeks. If you're really dedicated. And some water. I used to be able to go to bars around here and they would have rows of TVs with sports on because of course they were American bars. And they would leave Google Chromecasts. I don't know if they have corporate Chromecasts or what, or if Chromecasts were never designed to be used in a commercial environment, but they would leave those bitches wide open and you could just connect straight to them and start streaming YouTube to it if you could figure out which TV you wanted. And they weren't a fan of that, but the way they set it up, they couldn't really stop you. Order KFC. I haven't had good KFC in a minute. I actually live near the cultural center of fried chicken, so to speak. So, we don't really do KFC usually. We make it here at home, or we got some specialty places you can get it. But I do love some fried chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy with beef drippings. Damn. Black-eyed peas, cream corn, cornbread, hominy grits. Let me tell you, it's too good. Let me tell you a little something about that fried chicken and waffles. We actually have chicken and waffles restaurants in our airports around here, shit you not. Swear to God. How many NPCs can I recruit? I genuinely have no idea. When I see this as a no wiki run, I mean it. The only things I know about this game I have discovered as I've gone, and that is unfortunately not a piece of information I have. Someone else wants to help you, they're more than welcome to, of course. Yeah, you would think after open air Wi-Fi, both keyed and non-keyed Wi-Fi being a thing for, what, 25 years now, you'd think there would be better a better culture of digital security around that stuff, but there's really not. It's amazing the amount of stuff like Chromecasts and Bluetooth devices and shit that gets left open. I've accidentally connected to my neighbor's Oculus before. I don't know if I ended up streaming something to it accidentally. I don't have an Oculus, so I don't know how it functions as far as if you connect to it over Bluetooth or with a mesh Wi-Fi connection. But I definitely connected to it and got its Mac and had a few ports open. But I wasn't gonna do anything nefarious, so I just ended the connection. Oculus seems like an awful personal device to be goofing around on if it doesn't belong to you. Let's see. Risks are very high for doing unnecessary quantities of goofing. Goofing is fun, but goofing can get real dangerous. If you're not careful, you can over-goof it. I've definitely over-goofed a few times in my life. My over-goofing days are long over. Oh, there we go. Okay. Starbound. I can't say that I have. Let me Google it real quick. I'm scared to switch over because I don't want it to fuck the audio up now. I'm wondering if it's something that happened with alt-tabbing and shit. If the audio fucks up, let me know because this might do it. Who knows? Starbound. Let me see. Type this in on my Keychron. No. It was mentioned earlier to me by someone that was watching stream, though. I think this was by the guy that worked on Terraria and there was some drama or something. I believe one of you that's in here now may have told me. I've not played it, but I have heard about it. So I take that back. I was mistaken. That's the one that reminded me of Faster Than Light. I bet you do have better fried chicken. I would not be surprised. I've heard some incredible things about Asian fried chicken. I say Asian, like that's a singular place, but Southeast Asian, like Filipino, Indonesian, Micronesian chicken dishes there. I really would love a VR headset. I've actually got a VTuber set up just to experiment with the technology. I don't really find it to be too representative of my presentation or my culture as far as like how I would put myself out there on a YouTube stream, but the technology is really interesting and I got the setup for it and it made me want to look into a Quest and play around with VR chat and some of the related technologies, some slime trackers and things. But at least as far as the Quest goes, I was really apprehensive to tie a personal reality, mixed reality device to a Meta platform. I deleted my Facebook account 10 years ago. I have no intention of ever making another Meta account. I might be mistaken, and let me know if I am, but I was to understand that you couldn't use the Oculus device the way you'd hope, like no access to easily installable software, unless you had a Meta account, and that sucks. I'm apprehensive because I wouldn't be surprised if Meta was tracking gait and movement data from all the sensors and logging it on you. You know, for whatever purposes, God only knows, but data is data, and they've shown nothing to suggest they wouldn't take it if they could. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you need a Meta account? Yeah, fuck that. More power to you. I'll never have one. But yeah, I'm there with you. I would get a Steam device. Unless I have reason to believe Valve would start doing the same thing with data. So far, Valve has not disappointed me. But no, I consider no company sacred forever. You have to be constantly vigilant in this space, I've learned. I played with a Vive way back that was really, really good. I'm hoping some open source solutions develop. It can't be too long before a bunch of Chinese, Taiwanese manufacturers come out with a bunch of hardware that you can just use to cobble together your own open protocol VR system. Or maybe such a thing already exists. I wouldn't be surprised. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I won't press you on who you work for or what you do, but that's cool to hear. Sometimes I feel bad that I didn't get into the tech sector. Like I said, I do mostly manual labor, but I've been into technology for a long time, but I just never felt compelled to monetize it, I guess. I probably should have. It was always something I enjoyed as a hobby more than a money-earning thing. But I'm seeing the new generation of people that are coming into it, and I kind of feel like they didn't learn as much as like tech education's getting a little softer. It feels like that's the sense I get anyway. I don't know how much of that is AI and how much of it is not, but yeah, I think we're good. Can I not make? Did I already make these? Yeah, I sure did. Pico 3? Let me write that down. Thank you for the recommendation. I got an Obsidian tab just for this chat. Probably good ideas that come in. Pico 3. Handalone. Ah, interesting. Snapdragon XR2. Don't have to wire it to the machine. Very cool. Or maybe you do. Interesting. Yeah, maybe you do need to wire it up. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because yeah, if I can get into VR without having to tie myself to Meta, then I'm all about it. I wouldn't tie myself to any company with data that private. I don't know. I've just kind of had a sort of reawakening about what exactly data is and what kind of things it can do if you have it. And it's caused me to be extremely protective of it. Now that I understand why all of these companies want it so bad, it makes me want to protect it even more. All due respect, of course, right? Yeah, let me get this whip. I'm surprised Meta hasn't released a distribution of Linux, quite frankly. Released a flavor of it or some modifications to the kernel. Given that, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they made React.js, right? They've already got plenty of experience building software tooling to meet their needs. Shit, who knows? Maybe with AI fucking up everybody's ability to do programming and code and adding one more layer of obfuscation between the finished product and the developer, maybe there will be room for someone like me that's got old school knowledge to come in and help a little bit if things change too much. I need to keep my ear to the ground and see if any opportunities come up. All right. Yeah, I saw that the Steam frame is using a really late generation of Wi-Fi, and it's using a dual link, isn't it? It's making two fully saturated Wi-Fi connections to either a router or a base station. I guess on two different bands, which I guess you would have to move that data. I didn't realize exactly how much data rendered video uses until I started looking at the actual bit rate of things that go over Thunderbolt, things that go over HDMI and DisplayPort. It's absolutely incredible. Gigabytes a second, well, gigabits a second. I guess pushing gigabytes a second, depending. Oh, we're in business now. Modified Android. God, everybody loves modifying Android. I was really into handheld emulators for a while, and they used really weird one-off versions of Linux. But then they started all using Android, and I just kind of fell out of them. Not because I'm opposed to Android, I just don't really enjoy it as an ecosystem, and the emulator space wasn't fully fleshed out at the time on Android. Maybe it's not the case now, but I felt like for a while Android was a little bit too heavy when it came to stuff like on-device emulation, or anywhere up to like PS2 and Dreamcast and stuff. It was just a little bit too heavyweight. But that was my sense. I have no data to back that up. And in fact, maybe Android actually gives you really good access to the device internals to run high-performance code. And it felt like for a long time, just the way that the Android OS, at least on raw phones, would get so sluggish over time, with me doing nothing but just updating software, is a bad feeling. And it really put me off to even specialty devices that were made with custom builds of Android. Probably unfair on my part, but, you know, it's Google's job to maintain the image of their product, not me. What the fuck? Oh. I have seen a ton of Android OS based emulation handhelds come out. That's kind of why I was bringing it up, because it seems like either they fix things or I'm just wrong, and you can in fact run extremely high performance emulators on Android. That Android will just get out of your way now somehow, either through some mode where the OS takes a backseat or something. Who knows? I haven't had a new Android handset in forever, or iOS for that matter. But I agree with you. It's sadly gonna be the freedom that makes it a better selling point over iOS, and even that's changing. Android is moving, if not towards a closed ecosystem, it definitely seems like they're going to be locking it down more and more. Their reasoning has been because of a lot of countries in Southeast Asia where scams over fake APKs are rampant. They say rampant though. Maybe they're not lying. I don't know why they would, but I mean, I've never seen any data to back that up really. Just anecdotal stuff. And the person in me that doesn't like big tech companies wants to believe that they actually just want to lock down the platform even more. So specialty APK and software developers can have a say on what runs on the platform and not me, the end user that buys it. It's crazy to me that if I root my device, my bank won't let me check my bank account balance because I don't know, what is it called? Safety net, I think? Because it fails the safety net check. As if that's any different on my home PC. You know what I mean? My home PC is essentially rooted. By definition, I have administrator access to it. I can make bank transactions on Firefox just fine. You don't have a problem with that. Why is Android different? I think it's, I don't know. I think that's something Google is promoting that I'm not a fan of. And when I hear them locking down side-loading APKs, that's what I think of. I think of the excuses behind safety net. But I've no doubt those scams do exist. It's a convenience thing, maybe. Kind of the way we pass laws here in Western democratic places. When governments want to get laws through that are really hard to get through and the populace doesn't want the laws, they start telling us that it's because of the children. That children are hurt or abused or taken advantage of thanks to these technology tools. And so we have to blanket ban them all, because if we don't, there will be some non-zero number of children that will be hurt. And it's not untrue. It's just also extremely convenient for doing far more damage in the long run. Game Hub? Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that. I did buy a couple of Chinese handhelds. They didn't use their own custom software. But Ambernick, great stuff. But that was back when they didn't use Android, so I don't know what they're like today. I feel you on shady tracking software, though. You got to be careful. I have some studio lights in here, just for photography and stuff. And they are Neewer, Neewer. Pretty great pieces of hardware. I mean, they're not They're not great, but they're good for what they are. Very good value for money. And to control these studio lights, you can just use the physical controls on the device itself, or you can use a Bluetooth application. Now you would think to yourself, surely a local Bluetooth application controlling nearby lights wouldn't need to get on the internet and make an account, would it? But no, of course they want you to make an account. They wanted, I don't want to say full system permissions, but way more system permissions than an APK needed for Bluetooth light connectivity. And that plus an account. And I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'll just use the dials on the device. No thanks. We need import controls on Chinese software. And not because I think it's actively malicious, but I think a lot of it is just so poorly programmed that it's trivial to put backdoors in it for more enterprising malware developers. But at least in the US, we don't really have software restrictions on import law, and so none of that gets checked. And as a result, we have a bunch of routers and stuff out there that get botnetted that never get replaced. We basically just turned into a crypto mining DDoS botnet within a year. Not great, but you know, that's more of our outsourcing mentality at work, I think. Maybe that's just a US-centric phenomenon, but I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. We have tons of compromised hardware out there. People don't understand how bad that shit can be. Am I out of torches? Huh. Weird. Games on my phone have modified to fully disconnect. Yeah, I know. I'm right there with you. That's about why I've stopped spending time on phones when I can, because I think we're fighting against changing tides, and we're not going to be able to. I've got Adaway and some other AdGuard stuff on my device too, rooted, and I can't update the device anymore. I can't get OS updates. And even if I do, I don't know if Magisk is going to be able to flash over it. And even Magisk is kind of a hacky solution, because as I understand it, the rooting solution I do basically just, if it doesn't overwrite this Android system partition on boot every time, it does something weird where it maintains a mirror of them and tricks the OS into thinking it's one when it's actually the other. So weird hacky workaround shit, right? Definitely not full rooted access, but even that's enough to fail a safety net check, which sucks. Like, at what point do we not own this stuff? At what point are we leasing hardware from people who only tell us what we can and can't do with it, but won't let us use it? That's what I say when I mean certain software turns your computer into an appliance. I find the difference between a tool and an appliance is a thing, it's an object that does a job. And a tool is a thing that gives me leverage. It multiplies my ability to do work. And those are very different things. And Android is going from a tool to an appliance, and it's very sad to see. I do think the death of personal computing, if it's not going to happen, we're tiptoeing closer and closer to it. Sad days. You know, I'm going to have to ask you to elaborate on this Epstein microtransaction culture. I thought it was horse armor. Unless he owned a bunch of Bethesda, which I wouldn't be surprised. I'm quite certain Epstein worked for the military intelligence of a country which shall go unnamed. But, that's my hypothesis. I can't believe our government actually released a bunch of those documents. I just didn't expect them to have the willingness or incentive to do it. But apparently enough people started freaking out at him that they did it. And it seems like there's a shitload of people in there from all over the world. That's why I think Epstein was intelligence. I don't even think the guy's dead. I think he's back on that island. Or if not on the island, back in this country which shall go unnamed. Chillin'. Here we go. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. Nope, that's the bad stuff. Bro, really? With Activision? Man. Friends with Bobby Kotick. That doesn't surprise me. See? And I talk about me suspecting he's a member of intelligence. If I'm an intelligence organization and I have a field agent that's able to influence technological development like you're alleging here, right? Microtransactions would be an interesting way to do it. You get financial information on people. You would have a device ping that hits their device whenever they make a purchase, giving you a not a phone home signal, but like a keep alive signal, so to speak, as far as data goes. The data stays fresh. I think he was intelligence. That's what I think. I'm definitely not going to say what you said about being Mossad, but I won't say you're wrong. I will not say you're wrong. More and more signs point to that being the case, I think. I'm of the opinion that Israel probably has one of the most powerful intelligence apparatuses in the world right now because they've been able to keep even the United States under their thumb. We've had a very hard time pushing back against some of their unpopular wars they've been waging. Even though we've attempted, it's been difficult. And there's actually a lot of legislative reasons for that. In other words, they have a very powerful lobbying and an intelligence structure, one that can overpower even us. I think for anything you might say about Israel, you can't say that they're not good at that. It's pretty incredible. Operation Wrath of God never quite ended. So to speak. Oh, careful. Honestly, if he got banned from Xbox Live for using a whole lot of N-words, that's probably the most normal thing I've heard from him. Seems like everyone when they were a teenager did that shit. Oh, I mean, I never had Xbox Live, but I was told that it was extremely raucous. I love that word, raucous. So good. Ooh, what is this? That's juice. I want the juice. It's not just Western leaders. They have blackmail on everybody, my friend. Israel's not a country that plays favorites. Israel's a country that acts when it's in their interests. The thing about blackmail is it works on everyone. Come on. I hear you. There you go. Oh. Come on. Oh yeah, that directs the Finch, doesn't it? Oh, hell yeah. So good. Come on. Make me use the step stool. There we go. Okay. We got a minecart track. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh. And I got a ferry. I'm busy. I'm busy, Fairy. Caught me at a bad time. Well, actually, no, I will head directly that way. You're lucked out. I love that. Just make friends with everyone. Hell yeah, Indonesia. Whoever. We don't give a shit. I mean, I respect it. That's realpolitik. They're in the same way that companies don't have morals, nations don't either. They work in their interests, and you have to handle them accordingly. The West is slowly figuring this out. We like to kid ourselves into thinking that's not true. The world has moved into our political framework. I mean, we're speeding it up now, but until Trump got elected for a second time, I think a lot of Western democratic perception of policy management in a lot of these countries was like ours. And we didn't accept the fact that, like, doublespeak is part of the Russian system of geopolitical discussion. And the delta between what they're saying and what they're doing is literal leverage used to their advantage. We didn't appreciate that Israel would be as aggressive as they would toward even their own allies in the way that the US is doing now. These are things that weren't even part of the public geopolicy discussion here. But now that we've jumped into that same behavior head first, it's become all the more obvious. Some of us knew it. Like, I knew this was going on. I understood this, but a lot of American voters didn't. Not that I'm special, but just that, you know, there was a definite bifurcation of perception. There's some data visualization projects that are going on to try to get the Epstein documents corralled and searchable. It's pretty incredible. There's even podcasts I listen to about completely unrelated stuff, cars and shit, where they're saying some of the guests they've had on are in the files, and not in just they were at like a black tie event eating dinner together. Way worse than that, which is to say this guy was everywhere. MIT professors, he had a place at Harvard. He always said he knew Bobby Kotick. He was friends with racing drivers. Definitely intelligence. I would eat my own shoes if he wasn't intelligence. I don't think that take is even shocking anymore. I think we all understand. Oh, careful, careful. Maybe whip you. Whip it good. Have a recall potion? Nope. I do have gravitation though. That'll be my out if it gets ugly. I like this medium core expert mode because I'm having to really think carefully about what I've got, how it's gonna get me out of here. Oh fuck. Fuck. Oh no, the finch is stuck. No, fuck, you made it. I love that sound. Come on. There we go. Oh, the docs have already shown he was... Yeah, I believe that. I'm kind of surprised that would even turn up. You'd think that would have been scrubbed, frankly. You think if anything was going to not be in it, it would be that. Increased damage? Oh, I got bit by an animal. That must be a medium core mode or something. Something thing. I actually have not looked through any of the documents at all. I've been somewhat disillusioned with it. Just as a point of discussion because of the rampant failures of the justice system to catch this guy while he was here. I mean, I know why, of course. People in power don't get caught like that. But there's been a lot of discussing, and only recently did more information come out, finally, after years of fighting. And I think once my psyche can handle it, I'm going to go through and see some of the stuff for myself. Millions of documents from what I understand. I'm honestly, frankly, shocked our government even collected it. If that guy was as ingratiated into agency and intelligence power structures as I suspect he was, I'm kind of shocked our government investigative services even collected any of this to the degree that they did. Because we've been very close with Israel for a long time. For better and for worse. I just presume they just wouldn't even bother, you know? But I've noticed that about US intelligence is they seem to think that they're invincible. And so they'll collect information even on their allies or people they don't have any intention of doing anything wrong with. Very Soviet in that way. This is one of the instances I think it got out. Okay, can I mine that? Demonite, yes! Guess I can mine it early. I guess that's meteorite, I'm not sure. I will take it though. I'm scared to go really fast. Oh! Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Careful. Don't do anything stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ. What was that? Spider? Oh, God! God, these traps are everywhere, dude. I'm getting oh no, I'm getting really dangerously far away from home. I gotta be careful. There we go. No, I haven't seen any of the documents yet. You can mine it early, but what you can do is limited progression stuff will require drop from a specific boss. Got it. Okay. That's a smart way of gating you from getting OP too early. Another problem with those documents, I think, is that a lot of that's probably going to be hearsay, I would imagine. There's going to be a lot of claims inside the documents. People accusing things of having happened, but there being no hard evidence. And unfortunately, claims with no evidence is a right place to just put misinformation. Now, to what extent that was put there by a government or people that intentionally made claims to obfuscate actual truths, I don't know. But what I do know is that a cache of documents that large that was likely belonging to someone centered around an intelligence operation, and that the document cache itself coming from a separate intelligence body is going to be full of non-truths, you know, red herrings, falsehoods, and all of these things are going to take years to parse out. I certainly don't think any justice is really going to come from it. A lot of powerful people shying away from the public eye, maybe, but actual justice and real information, I'm suspecting less than we hope. But I'd love to be wrong. I certainly hope I'm wrong. But I know a little bit of history. I think enough to know how these things are probably going to go. It's sad. Let's take that. Oh, fuck. Nope, nope, nope. Not doing that. Nope. He was coming for me. I wasn't having it. No, sir. No, sir. Oh, wait, there's a chest. Maybe I am having it. Maybe I will have a little bit of that, please. Just a taste. Just a wee bit. Okay, oh, get him, get him. Okay, and then. Oh yeah, slick. Okay, oh, wait. Oh yeah, we're so good. Look at that. Too good. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude. This is what I'm talking about. I've never even used a boomerang in this game. That's so cool. Did I not get everything? And a recall potion? Fuck yes. Beautiful end to that. Let's get out of here. Yeah, just because Epstein sent an email doesn't mean what he sent was true. If we're accusing this guy of being intelligent, do you think everything he sends is going to be accurate? Absolutely not. And that's also on publicly facing email servers that other agencies would be able to get access to with or without subpoenas. No reason to believe 100% of that stuff is true. All that confirmed is that he sent the email. It says nothing about the veracity of it. Enjoy that KFC. I'm gonna go grab some water, actually, and take a little stretch break. I think I'm at, goodness gracious, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, give me about, maybe 10 minutes. Let me see if I can do this without screwing up my audio. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Did that work? Yes! Hell yeah. All right, be right back. Gonna check this audio real quick to make sure it sounds good. Let me tab it out for just a second. Seems to be good. Audio seems okay. Had to check and make sure it wasn't crackling again. I hate little gremlins like that, especially since I just replaced a power supply. Stuff like that'll drive you bonkers if you don't know where it's coming from. And I also hate that there's like 18 people watching that would have to listen to terrible staticky sounds. That'd be god awful. This right here. Magically delicious? Can I eat it? No. I mean, it said not to eat, but I thought maybe I could. Can't wear it? Seems to just be a lucky clover. Okay, well, I'll put that in the lucky ice box. Fuck! Did it again. How about it, guys? Sorry about that. Okay, I'm down one recall potion. That's okay. It could be worse. I need another one, though, because I know I'm going to do that again at some point. Demonite ore. Control. Alright, what do we got here? Okay. They're pretty good. I guess I don't need to rush to replace them. Take the fire for that fire tip. Nice and portable healing. All right, looking good. Oof. There we go. Okay. How's this map looking? Minuscule. I need to go down. That's what I need to do. Get some bombs, my guy. Wait, those are my bombs. 3 silver, 20 silver? Yeah, we'll go bombs. Whoops. Rubies, I see. hear cobwebs. Spooky spiders nearby. Oh, fishing? Oh, shit. No, I haven't tried fishing. Shit. I guess I should probably... Well, I do need stairs out here. Let me see if I can make a fishing pole. I actually don't know how fishing works in this game yet. Best one I can make. Oh, that's not a fishing pole, that's a magic pole. Oh, cool. That's a long line. Oh, fuck. Oh. Guess I need bait, huh? I don't know how that works. When the time comes. I'll put this fire here. For now, because it's pretty. Sounds like you're the fishing master. I am definitely not. Oh, I'm the avoid getting killed by jellies master. You give me light? Oh, you sure do. Oof. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what bait. I don't think I've ever seen bait. I don't know if I have to make it. I see worms. You can fish without bait, but bait gives better loot. I'm told that when you fish, patience is a virtue. Oh, those bugs that are flying around. Got it. I guess I might need a bug catching net. I feel like I've seen one of those before. Is there money up there? Oh. Oh, that was gold, too. And a net from the merchant. Got it. Okay. Yeah, we'll put the fishing on the back burner. Plenty of good fishing spots down here. Unless I blow them up too. Like this. Unless I fucking blow the shit out of them. Ooh, with the boomerang. Alright, we got plenty more houses, plenty more fishing spots. This is a medium-sized map. The world is our oyster, or our fish, depending on your preference. Huh. Damn. No, sir. I need to breathe. Thank you. Oh my god. Close one. Close one. What is going on up there? That looks like a really dangerous fish. Really dangerous hermit crab fish. What are you? Giant Shelly? Oh, you don't seem to be doing good. Wow. Oh, and it's a material too. I can craft with it. Oh yeah, that's that good stuff. That's that medium tier craftable ore. Hover over it with my mouse. I will hover over it with my mouse until all has been collected. And then I will use it to craft weapons and armor and decorative pixel furnitures. Lustrous platinum furnitures, jewelries and chains, and all manner of exquisite items. Oh, I'm about to drain the shit out of this fishing spot. These fish don't have a chance. Oh, I'd like another house. That would be nice. Wouldn't we all? Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's you. I know this place. Hold on, I've got trash. There we go. Yes, sir. I picked up the arrows again. Come on. Oh, it's the water. I see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at the juice. Look at the juice. Look at the particle effects. Get out of here. That was bonkers. I love a good bonkers move. I even got an achievement for that. I said, you're a spider master. You've mastered the domain of the spiders. Here's an achievement. I'm gonna destroy their spider nests. Oh, nope, nope, I'm the spider master. Excuse you. Okay, close one. Those spiders were probably Mossad intelligence. Silver? That's pretty good. Kind of want that. That silver is probably Mossad intelligence. Here to blackmail the platinum for being a shitty ore and producing ingots behind the back of... I've overextended the metaphor. It's not going anywhere. Back up. Back up. Wow, that bow is bright when it hits. Bow. Oh my god. Boomerang. Jesus Christ. God, the lighting is so pleasant. It's one of the best parts of this game, I think. It's not deep. It's not astounding. It's not unprecedented. But it's just extremely tasteful, well done, particle-based lighting. Or space. I don't know what kind of lighting this is. I guess it's particle-based. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know a lot about 2D and 3D lighting systems. It definitely seems like it's a 3D lighting system rendered on a 2D plane. Or a very rich, like, projected 3D plane. Or, excuse me, a 3D plane projected richly onto a 2D surface. It seems like. That's a fun thing about watching a stream from somebody that's learning stuff for the first time in public eye, is that you get to listen to me have no idea what I'm talking about and slowly learn it as I go. But I have to admit, I've lived most of my life that way, just openly admitting I don't know anything and wandering into stuff. And it has been, I wouldn't take it back for the world, the amount of interesting, cool stuff I learn all the time just by seeking out my own ignorance. I think more people should do it. Not only do it, but do it publicly. Show others of themselves in a place where they don't know anything, and let others come on the journey. Games, professions, hobbies, skills. Ignorance is but a temporary state, if you're willing to admit it. Green mushroom. Okay, so now we're getting over... Huh? Oh, from the top. Okay, I was like, how the fuck did I get in there? Mossad is definitely Mossad intelligence. Yeah, you're starting to pick up on my sense of humor. It devolves quickly into like a lateral non sequitur, just to like reattach to something I said earlier. It's hard to transmit that kind of humor over the wire, for sure. Sarcasm doesn't do well, I've noticed. Definitely not in text. It's easier if I stream. I can't write comments and messages the way that I speak and think, because it just does not transmit well, let me tell you. Learn that lesson. My kind of humor, the world ain't ready for it. The world ain't ready. Oh, that was where I teleported. Got it. This is where I secretly hid to count my weight. Oh, fuck! You move different in medium core mode, or whatever this is, expert mode. Real tiptoeing exploration. There's so much at stake. Oh, you got gun. You got ice guns. Get out of here. Fuck, dude. Shit. Damn. That was rough. Tile-based sliding retro mode? Interesting. Let's try this retro mode. That's what it looks like. I'm just gonna try to just ham sandwich my way down there. Oh boy, that's rough. We'll see. See, this looks like tile-based lighting. For sure. Like it takes a distance value and then calculates a given gamma or whatever. Versus this, which I guess it's... I mean, it does seem to still be tile-based. Maybe it's got multiple layers, is what I'm seeing. It definitely projects backwards onto a separate layer with a different lighting value for sure. Very detailed lighting system. Very nice. I like it a lot. Yeah, I can see the tiles still. It also looks like it subdivides them too into 4 quadrants. Higher resolution, I guess, as well as smoothed. One of y'all was saying that this game has been decompiled. I should go through it once I get far enough in it to feel comfortable that I wouldn't be spoiling part of it, and see what the community's discovered about how it was put together. I'm sure there's a lot of insights. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Nope, we're good. We're good. We're good. Fuck! Fuck, we're not good. Where's the finch? Nope, that's not a finch, that's a bat. Okay, we're going. Nope. Oh, go, go. Damn it! I've tried to count how many layers this rendering system has too. It's hard to tell. It looks like 3 or 4 maybe. I mean, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 here already. And shit, maybe more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no telling. Probably an arbitrary amount depending on what part of the world you're in. Adjust them on the fly. If I was the developer of this, I would be hard pressed not to just, you know, license this engine out that he put together. I'm sure he, you know, built an entire engine to do this, given how extensible it's been for just Terraria. A lot of developers could do a lot of good work. Although I say that, and I mean, Godot can do a lot of this stuff too these days. Godot is an incredible piece of work. That and Unity. Let's try. I've kind of been wanting to get back into a little bit of Godot work. I don't have any good ideas or insights about what to design though, so I don't feel the inspiration. But I really enjoy the process of making stuff in Godot. So it's kind of a, I don't want to say a struggle, but just kind of frustrating to enjoy the act of programming but not really know what I'm trying to program. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you, given who you seem to work for, that if you program but you don't really know what your task is, not a lot you can get done, not easily. Learning JavaScript and Python was very hard at first because I didn't have any ideas of what to make. Calculators and to-do lists and, you know, RSS feed stuff just wasn't that compelling. I think the only thing I've successfully programmed in my learning process that I really enjoyed it and had of my own inspiration was a Python bot that ran, you just ran a little Python interpreter, it ran a .py file, and it made a scraper bot that would pull magic cards from a Telegram chat. You prefixed your message with like a /C, and the bot would pick it up and send the request off to Scryfall, pull the card out, parse out a bunch of data, make some emojis and stuff, render it out correctly. Well, render, quote unquote. Put it in Telegram friendly format is what I mean. And then send it back to the chat. It's pretty good software for what it was. Learned a lot. Okay, there's no way. Come on. About 8 layers. I was ballparked. Close. Seems like. I got a good sense for this stuff. Shame I never put it to use. Who knows? Maybe inspirational strike and I'll become an amazing Terraria mod maker. Probably not. Modding fascinates me, and for as many games as I've played, I've never made mods. Not for anything beyond Command and Conquer, Red Alert 2 back in the day. My way of learning Godot is to turn Pong, Sudoku, Minesweeper into roguelikes. That's a very insightful idea. I want to tell you that because you deserve to hear it. That's a very insightful way of not only learning it, but of improving the aspects of pre-existing games with new mechanics. Hats off to you. Very insightful. That's somewhat what I did. I kind of made a Vampire Survivors game, and I added twin-stick shooting elements to it. Actually became way more fun to play than I thought. I've still got the prototype. I never did anything with it. But, oh my god. No, 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 no! For the love of God. This guy's gonna kill me. Jesus fucking Christ. Quickly. How did I not die? I'm not oh no. Wait, no. Shit. No. Okay, I'm good. Jesus Christ. That'll make you shit your pants. There it is. A recall potion? No, did it just vanish? Who knows? I don't care. That's trash. Trash. Okay. We're good. Goddamn. Oh, they came for me, didn't they? There's a big-ass bat over there. No, we're not doing that, my guy. Nope. We're going this way. C# graphing calculator for my final practical. Ooh, a graphing calculator. Nice. That's a nice mix between mathematics and rendering. It's a good project. I think most of the original programming I did before I even knew to call it programming, beyond that bot, was putting stuff together in Bash for Linux. Just because, you know, when you use this OS, solving broken computer problems and programming are a Venn diagram that very often overlap. It's kind of the same thing a lot of times. But I just thought I was putting, you know, I came from Windows, and so I thought I was just putting stuff into a command prompt. I didn't realize that, at least in the Linux case, because this was before PowerShell was a thing, and I was actually doing line-by-line programming, basically. Like single-line interpreted programming, but after that, yeah, I went and learned some Python and JavaScript. It definitely seems, even though I did all this autodidactically and learned by myself. Oh my god, no, 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 no. It definitely seems once you get one language down, they're basically all the same, aside from some design changes. How the language itself, is it compiled? Is it interpreted? Is it strict? Is it dynamic? Is it static? All this stuff. But for the most part, the fundamental data structures that they make, at least in the case of object-oriented languages, are all basically the same. For a layman like me, anyway. I think I have enough of an intuitive sense to know to like look up what instruction architecture extensions a CPU supports, figure out how to properly program a subroutine so that it isn't completely wasting cycles and that kind of stuff. And I feel like armed with those insights, if I needed to program something, I probably could do okay at it. I've seen some real goofballs program in my time, and if they can do it, I know I can. Most of the people I know that did programming came at it from a web angle, which I have basically no experience programming web stuff except for like a text-based adventure game I made on Odin, the teach yourself programming website when I was learning JavaScript. But that's about it. Good language, JavaScript, though. Well, I mean, you know, powerful language, maybe not good. I guess it depends on who you ask, huh? A lot of people seem to hate that it's used for basically everything. Holy shit! What the fuck? Dude! Oh my god. I've heard most university education is moving away from C as a primary first and into Python, which seems interesting. It definitely seems like it would give you a grip on the higher level abstracted programming concepts pretty easily. I could see why a university program might opt for Python in place of C, but after learning Python and then messing around with some C and playing around with decompiled binaries and Ghidra and looking at x86 assembly, trying to make the connection between assembly and how it gets there from compiled object code, or not object code, but human readable code. It doesn't seem like it's too terribly different. I guess Python is just easier to teach, maybe? That would be my guess. Good language, though. Python's slow as shit, but boy, I like it. It's a lot of fun to program in. It's damn near just talking to the IDE. Pretty close to human language. Although, I've read wonderful things about Ruby. People like Python, but people love Ruby. Even if it's not like a world... I don't know if you could say it's not a world-class language, but it doesn't seem to have the same kind of cultural cachet that some of the other high-level languages do. Which Ruby's probably interpreted, if I had to guess. But the people that code Ruby just, they say the most delightful, wonderful things about it. An au pair. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, fuck, what? Oh, this is not good. Go, go, go. Oh my god. Okay. No worries. I'm fine. I'm not stressed. Got a little soft lock. That's okay. I like a soft lock. Keeps me fresh. Keeps me flexible. I might need some armor. What do we got? Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Some disposable armor. Okay. Yeah, welcome to medium core. I love it. I love that you have this personal spite against medium core is what it feels like from my perspective. Like it did you dirty at some point and you just have a fucking eternal burning hatred towards it. Under no circumstances will you accept it as a reasonable way to play the game ever. Ever, ever. If you see it in the street and it's got a flat tire, you would not stop to help it air its tire up. You wouldn't help it change it. If they dropped their bag of groceries at the store, you would keep walking. Medium core, that is. The concept itself of medium core, if it was grocery shopping. You get what I'm saying. I laugh like fucking Goofy from Disney. I didn't realize that until I started recording myself a whole bunch and listening. I could do a hell of a Goofy impression. Come on, go. Go, 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 go. Don't fuck with these spiders, go. Clean. I'm gonna get some of this stone. And I can use that to shield myself in an emergency. Let's just say I lost an 80-hour playthrough to medium core. Carried that shit with you for the rest of your life. I love it. I believe it. Dude, I've got friends that have had their little brother or whatever write over a save file on Legend of Zelda, and they've carried that shit with them for like 20 years. Some shit you just don't get over. You don't ever forget. I love it. It's always stuff like that you carry it with you too. Enormous, terrible, unprovoked life catastrophes and like ruined save files. Okay. Careful, careful, careful. Nope, nope. Okay. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, we're doing it. We're so good. What's that down there? That's pretty spooky. I definitely cheated when I did that. That was a cheater-ass move. Or you say, don't mind if I do. Programming is going to get really weird with all these language models. I think we're going to see a lot more people creating software and a lot more people... Well, let me put it this way. We're going to see a lot more people making software with models, and we're going to see a lot more software out there. And we're going to see a lot more software that nobody knows how it works. And they couldn't patch it or update it if they had to. I think we should be so fortunate if it ends up disposable software. But I think it's going to end up like plastic fork software that should be disposable, but we're going to put the plastic forks in the dishwasher and try to build businesses around them. And it's going to be a catastrophe. That's what I think is going to happen. No, my God. Okay, here's what we're doing. I am not fucking with that bat. I'm not. Nope. I am going. I'm tunneling. I'm not dealing with that shit. Oh yeah, look at this. Clean. You wish you could get a hold of me. Too bad. Too smart for you. You're a bat. You're probably not even sentient. Me, I'm collecting all my loot through a solid surface. You have no hope. You have no power here, bat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's happening. I want the money, too. I'm already here. There we go. And the Zen-like meditative process of putting all of my stuff back where it was yet again. Yeah. Cool. I did it. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's what scares me, is that I agree vibe coding is not going to be good for public functional use. But I think a lot of companies are just, they don't care. Or they're not capable enough of understanding how dangerous it is, and they're just going to do it anyway. I think we all know how this is going to go. You and me both know it's a bad idea, and we also know it's going to happen regardless. It sucks. I mean, I'm starting to wonder if dog-fooding LLMs and internal usage, over-reliance rather, on these tools is precisely why all of the latest Windows patches have been so fucked up. I've already seen it basically DDoSing open source projects from people submitting slop pull requests and shit. Summarized by AI, written by AI, declaring unnecessary variables, mixing compile instructions with like downloading the build environment instructions and blending it all together because the AI doesn't know what's happening. You know, as you were saying, can't trust it, right? That's kind of shit's just gonna get worse and worse. It's gonna be, I worry it's gonna go the way of crypto, and software itself, if it doesn't defend itself from some of this, is gonna be the domain of hacks and charlatans. Vibe coders, at least. I mean, real developers, I think, can still know the systems and build around them. But I don't know if most consumers of software, people that use the stuff, or companies that employ their own developers on staff, unless they're purely tech-oriented companies, I don't think they're going to know any better. They're not going to be able to know the difference. Maybe. I hope. But time will tell. Certainly going to be a weird future, that's for sure, no matter what happens. I just have to sit back and behold how fascinating it is. It's changing at the rate that it is. I was around for the internet taking off. Not like invented, but, you know, I got cable internet pretty early on. I was around for smartphones and their proliferation. I was around for social media, and now language models and other AI regressive generation systems. And each successive technology, oh my god, has been faster than the previous. How the fuck? You son of a bitch. Terraria is being sneaky. Surely there's got to be an upper bound on the speed of deployment of worldwide technologies. It's got to have an upper bound at some point, but we haven't found it yet. Smartphones certainly made it easy enough to put new software in everybody's pocket instantly. Thank you all for joining me and talking about this kind of stuff. This is the kind of thing I like to talk about and reflect on and kind of marinate in when I'm playing games. These are the things crossing my mind, right? I don't see a lot of other games channels that kind of float between topics like this. They're probably out there, and I just haven't found them. But I've got my YouTube pretty locked down. And I don't remember which of... Oh my god, what? No, it's probably Silt, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah. One of y'all was saying that the YouTube meta's really rough right now, and I opened up an incognito window and went on Tor to, like, get a clean IP and then started looking through YouTube just to see what a blank slate gives you. No shit. It's fucking bad. It's so garbage. Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude! You went up the water. Oh, yeah, I guess you're slime, but you're frozen. Well, ice is less dense than water. Okay, fair play. Fair play, Terraria. I retract my criticism. You were actually... No! No! Bitch! No! That's not thick enough. No! Oh, you're a fairy. Where do you want me to go? Elsa Gate. Boy, that takes me back. What a weird time that was, huh? Water is just cold lava. Get the fuck out of here! I flew too close to the sun. That was my bad. I got greedy. I have nobody to blame but myself. I've actually never vibe coded anything. Not that I'm opposed to it. I'm sure I will eventually. I just haven't really felt compelled yet. Any of the coding that I've done through language models has been through a chat interface. I'm still weary about giving them access to any code base I'm particular about. But I'm happy to like take scripts line by line and, you know, suck them out of a chat prompt. Water bombs don't hurt you? That's a good tip. Thank you. That's a really good one to know. I think I'm just spooked by black box software where I don't understand what it's doing. Because I might not program a whole lot, but I can read code and I can understand what it's doing. And some of the shit that LLMs write is just not good. And it's obfuscatory, not intentionally so, but it's just written poorly. And that kind of technical debt builds up real fast. And to the extent that I would ever give it access to critical data, at this juncture, I don't think so. But I'm fairly well convinced that it's going to get so good that it's not really going to make a difference. Well, let me rephrase it. It's going to get so good that the failure rate will be low enough to where I'd be foolish to not, oh God, to not do it. We'll see. Slick. Okay, go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. Is that a sheep? What is that? I don't know. That sketches me out, though. I'm very risk averse at this moment. Jesus Christ. Okay. No, we're good. I can make this work. Fuck. No, I can't. No, I can't. Oh, this is real bad. This is real bad. Okay. I got an idea. I jumped out of the water right when it blew up. I see. Damn. I'm gonna grab some blocks here for protection. Oh, did he fall? Okay. Quickly. Okay, Jesus. It'd be nice if, like, that would cause me to suffocate if you were within a certain area's range of like, walls. You know, there's just not enough space, you would not be able to breathe. That'd be pretty neat. Not being able to breathe would be pretty neat. He said no one. Once again, we begin the Zen process of re-equipping all of the stuff that I died and lost by flying too close to the sun. It's good downtime, administrative work, to keep you grounded and remind you that it's just a game. No reason to stress. We're here because we enjoy it. Like a little puzzle. Put everything back where it was. That was in the trash can, I can tell you that. Or we could sell it, but who cares? Beautiful. Can't suffocate. Shit. Oh. One more, there it is. Oh, yeah. Yep. There we go. That's a rough way to go. Fuck me. I do like how creative you have to be to get your stuff back. You can't just go charging in. You're like, all right, I need throwaway armors and weapons. I need some blocks for protection. 140? You look like you're threatening me. That's what you look like. You don't look like a cutesy thing that is just gonna give me coins and shit. You look dangerous. Okay. Yeah, there's two of you. You're definitely not a bonus enemy. You are dangerous. I guarantee it. Look at him. Look at that shit. He's ready to go. Where's my finch? Yeah, buddy. Okay. Get him. Get him. Oh, those little guys? That sounds endearing to a point of being dangerous. They might be totally harmless. I don't trust them. I've learned to not trust anything in this game. Don't jump too high now. Are you playing Terraria as well? Hell yeah, good taste. Hydrostatic shock. Concussive underwater death. Man, can you imagine feeling a compressive explosion underwater? That's gotta be fucking awful. Apparently there are submarine active sonars that are powerful enough that they can kill you if they fire in front of you, which is probably the most terrifying thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, trying to picture being in front of a submarine, trying to imagine what an active sonar sounds like going off that's nuclear submarine grade. Every aspect of that psychological consideration scares the absolute shit out of me. Being killed by sound underwater? Christ. There's probably whales halfway across the planet that hear that shit. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more LRAD technology being used. I actually was doing a lot of reading into phased array radar systems because I was playing nuclear option, trying to better understand just how radar works in real life in general, right? And I don't have a physics background, so, you know, I'm just completely talking out of my own asshole here. But I kind of wonder if there's a way to do a phased array LRAD and beam steer it the way you can beam steer radio waves, and what that would look like if you could. I looked into it, I didn't see any mention of such thing, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Or I could just be a lunatic making up stuff and it's not possible at all. I don't know. That's my dream, is that I just run my mouth on this stream every once in a while and eventually somebody from the military intelligence community contacts me and they're like, bro, shut the fuck up, dude. And I'm like, yeah. How about y'all hire me? How about that? Oh! Slick. Come on. Uh-huh. Oh, yep, you better run. Come on, come on. Oh, good hit, Finchy. You love to see it. Thank you, girl. Okay, I thought that was a pressure plate. Say, please don't kill me. Oh my god. Not this far. Abigail's pretty great. Yeah. Hopefully I find her again. Chilled. Ah. We've been downgraded to Finchy. Finchy's been pretty good. I gotta give him credit. I didn't expect him to be as powerful, or rather, as useful as he's been. But he's come in clutch quite a few times. What we got here? More garbage? Yep. Nope, 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 nope. I don't think so. No, sir. Oh my god. There's a whole army. Get back. Get him, Finchy. The knockback on that boomerang is bananas. Look at that. Do I want the money? Yeah, I want the money. I don't want your money. Okay. Damn it. Leonardo the Finch. Leonardo da Vinci. Strong. I can go with Leo. Leo da Vinci. You don't want to know some of the shit our CIA did in the 50s and 60s. It defies description. A lot of our popular sayings and old wives' tales, so they're called, here in the US are very likely to be CIA talking points that were disseminated to discredit a lot of movements in the era of political activism too. No one's exactly quite sure what the CIA does, which is exactly how they like it. As far as I can tell, they're a completely extrajudicial paramilitary organization. That's the best that I can tell. With absolutely no checks on their power. They have their own goddamn military. They have their own aircraft. They have their own naval force. It's fucking ridiculous. You wouldn't believe it unless you saw the declassified docs. I wouldn't have believed it. They were the first ones that tried to get Osama bin Laden when the war on terror started in 2021. They had a gun battle outside Tora Bora with the guy before our actual military even deployed. Not that that was an effective use of our past 20 years of military might, mind you, but just goes to show that the CIA is frighteningly capable of basically whatever they choose to do. Sometimes. Sometimes they do goofy shit like paying psychics. But with them, you can never tell if they're doing that just to make the Russians freak out. Yeah, in fact, I don't like to parrot a lot of right-wing talking points, but a lot of what they talk about when they talk about the deep state is the CIA and CIA-adjacent people. George W. Bush and his dad were CIA components. His dad was the director of the CIA for a long time. And so when they talk about American deep state, yeah, that's what they're referring to, is the intelligence community basically having a stranglehold on the political machinery of the country. They don't do a very good job of communicating that, and they sound like lunatics. But I think in a lot of ways, their concerns are very valid. They're not very good marketers for those concerns. I have no doubt that a lot of the American governmental machinery is run by governmental lifers who are far more interested in what the government itself as an organization sort of wants to see done rather than what the elected executives of those offices are wanting to do. Boy, they're going about dismantling it in a pretty terrible way. Not really fond of that. Kind of prefer the deep state, let me tell you. Just a pot? I'll take that. Oop. No recall potions? No. Okay. Keep it moving. Get him, Leo. Oh, you can't get him until... Okay. There's like one block. It seems like you can go through one block. Or a weird diagonal arrangement. Let's see. There you go. Get him. Fuck. Good job. Nice going, Leo. Oh! No, 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 no. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Now or never, baby. Let's get it. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Okay, now we gotta quickly. Oh. Yeah, the whole of that political discussion has gone insano mode. There's certainly a lot of hypotheses for why it got so bonkers. But yeah, basically it's completely worthless to even engage in those discussions these days in our current political ecosystem. Though I do maintain that Americans, at least, have calmed down quite a bit. My personal belief is that we were exposed to a lot more information warfare than we want to admit, and a lot of our opinions were shaped by very careful curation of opinions on the internet. I'm not going to make any claims about Russia doing it or deep state or whatever, because frankly, I think no one really knows. But I think what is clear is that information was very carefully crafted and curated to cause the most amount of havoc for the average American voter. And a lot of us are just fucking stupid, and we weren't really willing to admit that that was the case. Especially not when a lot of our large tech companies were kind of looking the other way because it benefited their bottom line, which made people even more willing to believe some of the stuff they heard. All around terrible situation. And this was before language models, and now, holy shit, generating noise on the internet's basically free. So, it's only gonna get worse. Mostly the reason that I deleted all my social media. I just don't trust text on the internet anymore. Unless it's in very specific areas. But even comments from like Hacker News and sites I've read for a long time, I basically don't ingest the comments visually and read them unless I know the accounts and have for a long time. Treat them almost like real relationships. Not in the parasocial sense, but in the, do I know who this account is and have I read their stuff for a while? And therefore, do I trust them? Like I would in real life, right? I've developed like a reflex for online comments. I just don't even read them. I don't let the information get in my head. I mean, obviously I do, but there's an active effort in reducing its impact. You know what I mean? You try not to allow that to color your judgment about things. I do the same things with friends. When they say they've read things on Reddit or whatever, and they're hot button issues, the first thing I tell them every time is, you cannot believe stuff like that. Particularly not when it compels you to share it with people. It's usually because it was crafted to do so, most likely. And even if it's not, you don't have any evidence that it wasn't. And in an information environment like this, you making that kind of good faith assumption is unnecessarily risky. You gotta just, I'm of the opinion you gotta let online commenting go. It's a dead art. Nothing but noise. There's even some long-standing websites. I used to read a website called Metafilter, M-E-T-A-F-I-L-T-E-R, years and years ago. I'm talking 20 years ago. It was a oh fuck, don't drown. It was a community weblog where things that were on the front page were chronologically dictated. There's no algorithmic feed. If you have an account there, you can just post something and it shows up. And it's been pretty resilient to disinformation, not completely, but somewhat, and only because of it requires paid accounts, and also because most of the people there really suck and are not fun to engage with. And so people just don't bother going there, and there's also not a lot of people there. But even so, even with a user base that blows and a small website that's not worth disinfoing to begin with, even those people by and large have lost their fucking minds. and are so deep in the sauce that they can't have rational conversations, open-ended conversations about anything anymore. They've basically become the thing that they hated. Sad. Sad is what it is. But, you know, the world moves on. You gotta protect yourself, protect your loved ones, have good information hygiene, good personal and digital security, and keep on trucking. That's all you can do. No recall potions yet. Wow, this map was way more devoid of stuff than I thought it would be. It's always the ice areas that suck. Let's see. Reddit is such a good platform for disinformation. It's amazing. I don't take anything there seriously anymore. Not at all. Oh boy. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh. I want a recall potion. Or a house or something. Anything. Give me anything. The seed for this was, Global Squonk. That was the seed I put in. And apparently this was a very devoid of interesting stuff seed. Okay. No recall potions. God damn it. I will take this. That's very helpful. Oh yeah. That was worth it. Oh, we're cooking now. I want the chest. Oh, it's a life. Life heart crystal? Crystal and life hearts. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get him, Leo! Get him! Dude, he's ruthless. There's another one? I spoke too soon, I guess, huh? Riches abound. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay, first off, I don't want anyone sneaking up on me. 6% crit, very fast average. That knockback is pretty good. That's alright, we'll drop it off for now. Well, it's probably worth good money, huh? Yeah, I'll drop some seeds. Can't stack chests? Oh, that's right. Sure can. Cool. Yeah, news fear-mongering is pretty terrible. I even used to read like Google News, news.google.com as a news aggregator. But even that's become frustrating because even if I just assume that all news is being a little hyperbolic for clicks, even if I take that into account in my consideration, when I see 5 different links on the same topic, every site that Google's aggregating will come at it from a different angle. And you can see in the title, they're basically trying to say completely opposite things about the same event. So it lays this level of deception bare for you to see, which itself is just so frustrating that I just don't give a shit and don't care. I certainly stay abreast of local news and really, really big topics from specific sources. But as far as, yeah, like fear-mongering news, it's this terrible thing's happening very far away to a very small select group of people at this extreme significant moment. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Best of luck to them. Don't care. Got my own shit to worry about. Thanks. Yeah, you're the demonite. Oh god, no. Oh, there's a bat. There's a bat. Close him off. Alright, I think I'm gonna make my way back to the surface. Contours. Huh. I'll go that way. Yeah, you're probably talking about ground news, I have to imagine. I used them for a little while, and oh god, no, 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 no. They're pretty good service, but yeah, exact same problem. It just makes it even more frustrating because you can see how bare the deception is. Or rather, intended deception. I call it narrative shaping. I'm a fan. I've probably heard this somewhere, but I don't know where. And I may have even made this up myself. I really don't know. But I'm a fan of the saying that the best lies are the ones that are the most true. If you can tell 90% truth and 10% lies, people are way more likely to believe it than if it was just a blatant falsehood, right? And yeah, same problem with ground news is that you get to see that kind of 90% truth, 10% lies very easily. Which I guess is good, you know? It's exactly what that service is for. But I don't have, personally, room in my information diet for it these days. Much more locally oriented, I'd say. Okay, how are we looking? Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. How far down are we? Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. Boy. Nope. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Political bias is a weird thing, though. I mean, some might contend this point, but I don't believe you can actually legislate out something like bias. It's too hard to define. I mean, you could define it as something like, oh, you have to give, you know, equal airtime to both sides. Well, what does that mean? Both sides of what? Topics? Both sides of commentators? Both sides of the same issue? Two different issues? on the same side, all these are very blurry things, and the margins get pushed too hard for legislation against bias to even reasonably be effective. Like, I think that's true for the BBC as well, but the UK also has some of the most restrictive information and freedom of expression in most of the Western democratic world. So I think in a lot of ways it's maybe kind of not exactly truthful with its lack of bias, but that's what it looks like from afar anyway. We Americans just don't trust the government, period. Not even people in it, just the structure itself. We don't like it. It's a uniquely us thing, I think. Oh my god. Go, go. Maybe not uniquely us, but it's not common, it seems. Most people trust their governments. Oh, fuck. But yeah, even the news, like, could be unbiased, arguably, but it's gonna still be selective about what it tells you. It's gonna choose what unbiased things to tell you, and you can calculate a bias factor off of that. Like, it's just not something that you can undo, I don't think. And if somebody tells me that something is bias-free, well, then I have to wonder why exactly it is they're telling me that, and what bias it is they're hoping for me to not believe they have, and why. You see what I mean? It's like a trusting trust problem. Maybe my Americanness is showing. You need to back the fuck up, buddy. Well, if it's just operating on fact-based rather than opinion-based, that sounds like there's not much as... Did I just drop shit on myself? I think I did. Damn, I just silted myself to death. News in the US is very hard to parse. I wouldn't even be fair. I wouldn't even say it's news. It blurs the lines between variety show and news in a really unhealthy way. Absolutely. Though when you find actual reporters, most often they don't have a lot of visible bias. But that's not to say they don't have it. They absolutely do. I still maintain that even the very decision to report something is a bias and has to be taken into account. There's a lot of war crimes that have gone on over the past 50 years that a lot of our news agencies just prefer to not talk about. And they would be able to argue in court that they were unbiased because they didn't present a bias there. But I would contend that the lack of showing it is itself a bias. Not really an easily solvable problem, unfortunately. What the fuck, dude? What was that? But no one should take my advice on it because I'm an American and our news system fucking sucks. We clearly didn't do a good job of it. It's only gotten worse. Oh, fuck off. Fucking zombie. Eat this mushroom. What's up here? Okay, we're gonna take these shurikens. Yep. Oh, well, missed that. That's okay. No, we're good. Oh, careful. Okay, where's... Gee whiz. It's such a shame that such a beautiful institution like journalism has been rendered into garbage so readily. Worldwide, it seems like. Oh my god. I did it again. Oh, it was a slime. That's what it was. Most likely. Well, if that stuff is gonna stay down there, which it seems that it will, I'm probably gonna wrap this stream up here and make going to get my stuff back the start of the next stream. That'll be my starting adventure. Because it's gonna be a walk. Boy. Goodness gracious. I also want this gold. I don't know how I missed that. 8 gold. Yeah, that's quite a bit. What? Thought you was slick. Trying to break in. Appreciate y'all for hanging with me. It's been a good stream. Hopefully the audio didn't go garbage again. I'll probably be back on in the next few days. So if you catch me online streaming, feel free to hop in, hang out a little bit longer. We'll do it again. Oh. Time for a stretch break. All right, y'all be easy. Thank you for watching.